Good afternoon. It is March the 28th, 1:03 p.m. here on the west coast of the United States of America. March is almost over, ladies and gentlemen. It seems to move fast, but it's not. That's the reality of it. So, today is our weekly live call-in show where you guys are invited to call in live and have a discussion. And I suggest you take advantage of that. You can call in just audio only. We won't have to put you got to turn your camera off when you do call in, but we'll just put up your voice. And we can have conversations about all sorts of stuff. So, again, I recommend that you take advantage of that and call in if you want to have a dialogue. Yesterday, we had a very good dialogue. It was a bit difficult considering the subject and then responding to text. And then even it's much easier for me to respond than individuals who are typing because you guys are limited to space. And today's the day to do things of that sort. So, Alpha says, today is my birthday. Well, a very happy birthday to you, my friend. I wish I had a happy birthday button I can click and it'll sing happy birthday. Maybe one of these days we'll get it in there and celebrate people's birthdays, but a very, very happy birthday to you. So thanks for being here on your birthday. It's appreciated. What's up, bro? Let's make sure everything is working fine. We did officially, I don't know when, because I checked today in the morning. I was a bit occupied yesterday, so I have some editing and stuff to do. We are right now exactly at 3,800 subscribers. 200 more to go. So we got 7 new subscribers yesterday, which seems to be kind of the flow of things currently. We're getting about 6 to 7 a day, or at least for the past month. I'm not sure. And past 7 days, we've gotten 41. So about 6. Which is really good. I'm going to do some audio recording today, do some editing, because I want to work on some videos that don't have my face in it. It's always easier doing videos like that because you don't have to get ready. Right? As you can tell, I haven't been paying much attention to my looks. Yeah, and Buck says, quick prayer for Tennessee shooting. Correct. I have... Oh, man, how do I say this? So I didn't know about this because I don't watch the news. I really stay away from the news. So I heard about this yesterday, and as many of you guys know, we're in a Christian creators kind of chat with a bunch of people, and some folks, one person at least there knew people that were there, and I think knew someone whose child was killed. I can't even imagine what that would look like just having to go through that. I have children this age, by the way. My son just turned 9. And my daughter on Sunday turned 7. So, yeah. It's just, I hate the fact that immediately these things become politicized. That just really tell you why. I know a guy who was a pastor in a certain area very close to where he was pastoring. There was a shooting, a school shooting, big national news. It basically, like after the news cameras and all that stuff leave, folks got to minister to these families. And it's hard, it's lots of work, and it takes a toll on you. Let me just put it that way. So folks immediately jump to the conversation. It's so annoying to me that immediately people jump into the conversation of guns and access to guns and all that stuff, which should be a part of the conversation. I have an interview with a guy I disagree with and agree with quite a bit, who makes me uncomfortable, and I'm very comfortable saying he makes me uncomfortable. Mike Austin, Dr. Mike Austin. He's written a book. He's a Christian dude who's got maybe a bit different of a view, a little different of a view than most conservative folks do on guns. Most conservative Christians do. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, just I'm talking here. I'm not. None of this is scripted, so it's just I'm processing. I shouldn't say I'm talking. I'm processing as I'm talking. So I don't have anything worthwhile maybe to say. So I'd rather just shut up. Will you celebrate Easter? Obviously. I mean, Easter is the most important Christian holiday. If you're a Christian, you better celebrate Easter. So I'll start with happening when the internet met antidepressants. I don't think we've realized what kind of and what sort of damage we've done to folks by telling them that their lives are meaningless, that they're here by chance, morality is subjective, there's no right and wrong. Do we really think these things don't have an impact on people and the way they act? I mean, if we did, then we are just buffoons as a society, complete and utter morons. If we think telling people morality is completely subjective, there's no right or wrong, just live your life. You're a byproduct of chance. What type of scripture do you need broken down? Usually I'm the one doing the breaking down of the scriptures. So I've never had anyone ask me this. If you're, you could be a bit more detailed in your comment, and then we'll see what we can do about that. By the way, guys, today is a live call-in show, and I'm posting the link here on YouTube, and I'm pinning it just in case you might want to call in. So God's soldier. What do you think about the fact that most of the best and talented Armenian people came after 1915? There's a lot of assumptions in this comment, by the way. So one of them is that they did. The other one is, I mean, these are just the ones you know about. I'm sure there was plenty of talented people prior to this who just never had a platform. or their kind of, I don't know, abilities and all that stuff were noticeable, I guess, more. So I don't think that's a fact. Let me put it that way. I think we just, in the last 100 years, we've had the ability to actually maintain these things and speak about them, and they become more noticeable and all that. Jeremy Collins just did an awesome video over a sermon at Covenant Presbyterian Church from a few weeks ago. The pastor giving the sermon is the father of one of the children that died. Would definitely recommend people watch it. So there it is. Jeremy Collins, who's a friend who has been on our channel. Me and him have had discussions about agreements and disagreements. We both do YouTube. We both see it as ministry. Go check that out, guys. Now he's posted. I'm familiar with this. I'm aware of it. I haven't seen the video, but I've seen him post it. So Isaiah 59, 1-2. Okay, so so here's the way we do things. Okay. I can pull up the scripture. We can look at it if you have specific questions. But please don't come in here and say, here's a passage, go read it. Like, if there is a specific question you have about the passage, or a disagreement, or maybe a different interpretation or something like that, like, go ahead and speak about that. Let's have a friendly, normal discussion. On these subjects. So if you have a specific question to the passage, let me know. We'll look at it. I don't know if I said hi, but hey, what's up? What's up, bro? Someone answered no in the poll, but I didn't see Jerome here, so that's sort of odd. Have you gained a new hater, Arthur? I don't know. I no idea. So one person has answered no. Maybe accidentally. Come out and tell us who you are. That was your exact argument last week. Morality subjective. That's what you said. I said it's circular. How is it circular? I commented, by the way. I commented back saying, how is it circular? Because I don't see a circularity in that. Like, it's not. So circular argument would be something like this, right? Like, circular reasoning would be, Arthur is the smartest person in the room. How do you know this? Well, Arthur told me so. Okay. Why should we trust Arthur? Because he's the smartest person in the room. That's circular. I don't know how it's circular to say, if we teach our children and if we teach people that there's no right and wrong, that whatever they do is kind of pointless and meaningless, and then they go out and act on it, then we're surprised that they acted on that. Like, that's more of a commentary. There's no circularity in there. Now, the argument that when somebody says there are no objective morals, and by definition they are saying it's subjective, is very clearly the case, which is the conversation I was having with Jerome. And that's not even circular as well. Because if it's not objective, somebody might say, well, it's not objective in the divine sense, but it's objective in some other sense. Divine meaning like given by God. And I would say, cool, how else is it objective? And they might go right in the direction of like a Kant and develop a deontological ethics and say, well, reason will be able to give you objectivity, which is fine. That's a fine endeavor. Okay. I would tend to agree with them. I would just say there's a reason why it's the way it is, why there is, or why you can come to ethics or objective ethics for the most part using pure rationality. It's because it's built into the fabric of the universe. Creation, let's just say, right? Humanity. But you can't just say something is subjective, about something is circular, without telling us how it's circular. You just contradicted yourself. How can the Tennessee shooter be bad by your logic? There's a clear right and wrong, self-evident. Buck, I believe in objective morality. Not only would I say he's bad, which is what Jerome was using, that kind of language, I would say he's wrong and evil. I know there was I haven't read much on this, guys. I've heard transgender, I've heard shooting, I've heard children dead. Like, that's all I know. Tennessee, right? Like, I don't know details there. Of course there's a clear right and wrong. How is that contradictory to my logic? Man, I think you're misunderstanding me, bro. I think you probably didn't watch the video very carefully. My conversation with Jerome last week. You should go and watch that again. Okay, the person was a she thinking she was a he, 28 years old. Okay. Biological female. Okay. Got it. Thank you, guys. What's up, Arnold? How you doing? Guys, again, the lines are open. You guys can call in. The link to call in is pinned in the comment section here on YouTube. So you're more than welcome to call in and we can have a conversation about various things. Okay. 1 Corinthians 3:13 talks about works revealed by fire. What is an example of a work that is wood or hay or straw? Vicente, let's look at this text, okay? since I don't have the Bible memorized. I know what the passage, but let's look at the context here. Let's pull that up. There it is. Okay. So we're looking at 1 Corinthians chapter 3. And we are specifically looking at verse 13. Verse 13 says, okay, each one's work will become manifest, for the day will disclose it. That's interesting. See, the translators are helping you with capitalizing the day, because it will be revealed by fire, and the fire will test what sort of work each one has done. Now, let's go back. Let's go back and look at the entire context here, okay? Let's actually read from chapter 3, verse 1. Maybe make this bigger for you guys. Okay. But I, brothers, could not address you as a spiritual people. He's telling, notice this, guys. These are, and I love stuff like this. Brothers, or brothers and sisters, family members, meaning that Christians, says could not address you as a spiritual people. He's saying, even though they're brothers and sisters in the faith, he says, you guys are not acting spiritually. He says, rather, I'm going to refer to you guys as people of the flesh. If anybody is confused over whether Christians can live worldly lives, here's a good passage to prove and show that you can be a believer in Christ, still act fleshly. And then he says, I will refer to you as people of the flesh, as infants in Christ, which means infants in Christ tend to be very fleshly. Infants in Christ are actually not spiritually mature. They are more worldly than not. Now that's not, but we're following the train of thought here. He says, I fed you with milk. Again, that goes to being an infant, not solid food, obviously, because they're infants, for you are not ready for it. And even now you are not ready. Even now, currently, you are not ready. So you should be ready maybe, but you're not ready is what he's saying. For you are still of the flesh. You're still fleshly. You're still worldly. For a while, there is jealousy and strife among you. How does he know they're worldly, by the way? How does he know that these folks in Corinth are worldly? Because there is jealousy, there is strife. See that? Are you not of the flesh? I'm putting these red ones because these are the things like that stand out and should pay attention to. And behaving only in a human way, which means you're fleshly, you're unspiritual, so on and so forth. For when a person says, he says, I follow Paul, and another, I follow Apollos, are you not being merely human? Jealousy and strife, division, right? Are you not being merely human when somebody says, oh, I'm following Paul, and somebody saying, oh, I'm following Apollos? Does that not make you just a mere human, unspiritual, fleshly, worldly, ungodly? Then he asks rhetorical questions. He says, what then is Apollos? What is Paul? And then he answers it. Servants through whom you believed. He says, that's all we are. That's all I am. Paul is talking about himself. That's all Apollos is. We are mere servants, right? We're serving Christ. We're serving God. And it's through us, right, you believed. servants through whom you believed, as the Lord assigned to each. Okay? He says, I planted, Apollos watered, but God gave the growth. So here, this should be yelling to you that God gets the glory because he's the one that made it grow. Paul did his part, Apollos did his part, God made it grow. So neither he who plants, Paul, nor he who waters, Apollos, is anything. We are nothing. Guys, I wish that those of us who are in ministry of various sorts, whether it's pastoral ministry, whether it's apologetic sort of stuff, whatever sort of ministry, missionaries, I really wish that we all saw ourselves as Paul saw himself. If you're planting or you're watering, you are, right? So neither he who plants nor he waters is anything. We are not anything. I am not anything. I should have, personally me, a very balanced view of myself that I'm not much. Even if the Lord uses me to do great things, it is ultimately God. But only God who gives the growth. He who plants, Paul, he who waters, Apollos, are one. They're a part of the same job. They're a part of the same work. It is all work being done for the growth of the individuals in question. And each will receive, each who, Paul and Apollos, each will receive his wages according to his labor. So whether it's Paul or Apollos, whomever it is, will receive this according to their label. Because he says for. Every time you see for in the Bible, you want to ask, what is it there for? It's purpose, right? It's an explanation. For, because we, Paul and Apollos, are God's fellow workers. How cool is that, guys? We are God's fellow workers. We work with God. It's amazing. And he says, you, the people that have come to know Jesus through them, are God's field, God's building. Now, these are the two things that are very important here. Because he's going to go on to speak about it. Field, God's field, planting, growing, so on and so forth. Also God's building. He uses building language. So he's using both agricultural language and then he's also using construction language, right? Buildings. According to the grace of God given to me, like a skilled master builder. So he went from being a planter in verses 1 to 9 to being a master builder. He changes the lingo here. So earlier he said, I planted, Apollos watered. Now he's saying, by God's grace given to me, like a skilled master builder, I laid a foundation, which is exactly the same thing as planting. And someone else, Apollos, is building upon it, right? So I laid a foundation, he's building upon it. I planted, he watered. That's the language. Let each one, and each one here references Paul and Apollos, again, contextually speaking, but it could be people who are in ministry, so on and so forth. Let each one take care or watch out or be careful is the idea here, how he builds upon it. We've laid the foundation, and let people be careful as to how. So this is a warning passage that would go to like people who are in ministry, people who you watch on YouTube, right? People who need to be very, very careful as to what they are doing. Does that make sense? So let people take care how they build upon it. The foundation's been laid. We are to be careful how we build upon this foundation. Because no one can lay a foundation other than the one which is laid. The foundation being the gospel here, by the way, which is Jesus Christ, right? So this is the foundation is Jesus. No one can lay a new foundation. That's it. But you can build upon that foundation incorrectly. There's an idea here that at the very least is presented. So foundation, let's do that. Now, if anyone builds on the foundation with gold or silver or precious stones, wood, hay, straw, he's giving all of these things, okay? Gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, or straw. These are all examples of what you can build with on a foundation, on any foundation, okay? This is coming down to the explanation of the actual text that the question was about, that we were asked about by Vicente. Whatever the building is, the foundation is there, it's Jesus. Whatever the building is, he says, whether it's gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, or straw, each one's work will become manifest. Each one's work, the building on the foundation, will become known. He says, manifest. When will they become known? For the day will disclose it. What day? Well, the day of the Lord. Everybody gets this. The idea here is that when everything is said and done, on Judgment Day, everybody's work will be revealed. Whether we built with materials that will last or that will... I'm getting ahead of myself. Just hang on a second. For the day will disclose it because it will be revealed by fire. So the question is to ask, what does fire do? Well, fire burns, right? Fire destroys. There's that concept. But fire also purifies. Fire also has the ability to bringing out the purity of gold, for example, right? It gets past all of these non-essential things, right? And then brings to the surface that thing that is most important. And the fire will test the sort of work each one has done. So, okay, let's take this back. What is the work each one has done? Well, Paul planted and he laid the foundation. Apollos watered or built on the foundation, or it could be beyond Paul and Apollos. People who have generally planted, and then other people who've built on that ministry, who've built upon that foundation. What he's saying is, the day will come, on the day of judgment, the day is what his reference is, when fire will reveal it, or will show whether it's the real deal or it's not. Everyone's work, he says, it will test the sort of work each one has done, because that fire will disclose it, will manifest it, will make it known. If it's, let's just think about it this way. If it's built with stone and gold and silver, it will not burn down. Those things don't get burnt down by fire. But if it's built with wood or hay or straw, it will burn down. Those are weak substances, so it will just disappear. He says, and he goes on to say that if the work that anyone has built on the foundation survives, stones, so on and so forth, he will receive a reward. So God will reward whether Paul or Apollos for building or planting or building on this foundation, for doing all this work. If it's solid, if it's good, then he will receive a reward, whatever that is. If anyone's work is burned up, he will suffer loss, though he himself will be saved. This is interesting. What he's saying is the work he's done might be proven to be kind of weak. The ministry the individual did, the walls and to the building or X, Y, and Z, the watering of the plant, could possibly be weak and bad. There's many people who are Christians. There are many people who have been Christians throughout history, legitimate believers who've done work for the Lord. They've just done it in a very weak sense. And the day of the Lord will reveal that. Whether that was solid work that was done, it was a good building that was built, or it was not. But it will only be, but only through fire. So fire here is used both as a destructive force and also a purifying force. But the individual, he says, he will be saved. The individual is a Christian. But the work he does, and I think there are many people, by the way, who are Christians, and the work they've done, the quote-unquote ministry they've done, will be burnt up because it's just really, really weak work. They haven't built with solid materials on the solid foundation that is Jesus. Just because somebody calls something they do a ministry, just because somebody is doing ministry, doesn't mean they're doing it right. And for those of us who are actually doing this, we should have the humility to sit there and say, I need to reconsider this. I think Paul does this. He says this in Galatians, where he says, I went back to Jerusalem to make sure that the race that I was running, or the work, that labor that I had done, that I hadn't done it in vain amongst the Gentiles, that I was preaching the correct gospel. After like 13, 14 years of doing ministry, Paul goes back to Jerusalem to make sure that the work that he was doing amongst the Gentiles was the real deal. It was the correct gospel. How many preachers, how many folks in ministry say things like this? Like, oh, I've been doing ministry for 12 years. Let me make sure that I haven't been doing this work in vain. Let me make sure that I'm preaching the authentic gospel of Jesus. Right? He says, do you not know that you are God's temple? So on and so forth. But specifically the work, the things that is talking about here has to do with the work that people are doing, right? Because earlier on he talks about you are infants, you are fleshly, you are human, and you guys are talking about division, Paul and Apollos, and that's very human, right? He says, Paul and Apollos are just servants through whom you believed. We just served you. And I planted and Apollos watered. This is the work that we did. Okay. So I hope that helps. I know you guys have been, I think I'm going to cut that out and put it up as a breakdown of that text. I like that. Let me jump into some of these comments about the text, and then we'll go back and readdress some other things. The passage speaks about us being nothing. Ironically, an evangelist used this passage. I'm scared to read. To suggest that he's laid a foundation at the abortion mill they were preaching at, and I couldn't labor there. Oh, God have mercy. People. By the way, what you just saw is the way I run Bible studies. This is the way I run Bible studies. This is the way I explain texts. This is just what I do. I love doing this. I love doing this so much. And hopefully people learn how to do this themselves when you don't, if you are just attentive a little more, you'll be able to figure out scripture pretty well. And so shameless plug there. If you're not a patron supporter, become a patron supporter and you get access to our weekly Bible studies that we do, currently going through the book of Ecclesiastes. So if you're interested in that, any tier of support will get you those Bible studies. You can join live or you can watch the recordings. I just learned about Justinius. He had to agree with some monks that 1/3 of the Trinity died on the cross to bring peace to the empire. What is the point of debating such a thing that we can't know? Buck, I love how you conclude what you can and can't know, and then say, what's the point of debating something like this? So what's the point of you asking me this question? You realize that what the comment here is of extreme importance to Christian theology, as to the way we are to articulate who died, when, and how, and what that death accomplished, because it is the heart of the Christian gospel. You get this wrong, you get the gospel wrong. You get the gospel wrong, you get Christianity wrong. And your conclusion is, we can't know such things. Maybe you should humble yourself and actually look at the conversations when it comes to the scripture of it, when it comes to what the Bible actually teaches on the subject. Okay? Speaking of the recordings of the Bible study, I didn't see the one from yesterday posted anywhere. I haven't posted it yet. I'll post it after this. I'm actually going to cut it down. I didn't have time yesterday, and then post it. Sorry for being late on that. What up, Jeremy? How you doing, man? Daryl's in the house. Again, you guys can call in. I should remind you guys. Where does the scripture refer to ministry? The scriptures refers to ministry all over the place. And just do a word study on ministry in the New Testament, and you... Oh, where does that scripture? Sorry. It doesn't, but ministry just means service. To minister means to serve. And the whole conversation there is about serving. Lex, the Bible study is on Patreon. Well, no. So when you go on Patreon, what you're going to see is there's a link, and that link, there's a Zoom link that you can click on, and then every Monday at 9:30 a.m. we go live in that Zoom, so it'll get you into the Zoom conversation. And then if you are a patron, then you will just automatically see the previous recordings pop up on the Patreon. But yeah, it is on Patreon. What's an abortion mill? I don't think I've heard that. An abortion mill is an abortion clinic. Arnold doesn't like using the word clinic because the clinic provides medical treatment, and abortion clinics kill babies. Okay, moving back. Hey, Ashley, how you doing? Can you talk about God's sovereignty in relation to this for comfort? Yeah, so the conversation here, now this is, I should give some background. As we were speaking about it with our YouTube Christian creators chat, we were talking about how it's a bit difficult to deal with issues of this sort, like the shooting that just took place. Emotionally, it's difficult. It's right, and kind of how to try to put the pieces together, I guess, to figure it out. Now, I made a comment in that group, and I said, it is in situations like this, God's sovereignty, right, is what gives me comfort. So that's the context to this question that Ashley's asking. Can I talk about God's sovereignty? But yeah, I'll elaborate on that in this sense. Number one, there's a number of things that we believe about God to be true that is brought in. This is where you're doing systematic theology. This is where you're theologizing kind of life and trying to bring a coherent answer to complicated questions. Now, this goes back to the problem of evil, right? Why would God allow something like this to happen? Why does God allow evil? So on and so forth. So my response would be, number one, I believe God to be good by nature. This is God's omnibenevolence. Number two, that I think God is sovereign, meaning he is in control of all things, which also means that God not only allows for things, but God will also, no crime will go unpunished. Let's put it that way. Every sin towards God will be punished. And so that goes into God's justice. The way God has orchestrated the world, there's nothing random that happens. Okay. Even the things that are seemingly random are not random. Now, I don't want to get into too many details here in regards to how you can have free will in the midst of that, so on and so forth, but just because it'll be a rabbit trail, we'll have a conversation about something else. I don't want to do that. The way this happens is that, number one, that I think God will bring about a good or many goods from a very terrible situation like this. How is that possible? Well, I would just point us back to scripture in which there are really evil and bad situations that are taking place. Okay, so read the book of Habakkuk, where the Babylonians are coming and Habakkuk is complaining, and then God says, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to judge you guys for disobeying me. I'm going to discipline you guys, but I'm also going to discipline the Babylonians because they are being cruel in the way they're doing these things. So he accomplishes two purposes at once. Excuse me. So I lost my train of thought. Hang on. So yeah, so God, number one, will have good purposes that come out. I think New Reformation Apologetics is writing pretty good stuff. I mean, that's the second one is just scripture. That goes on to say also that the evildoers will get punished, and evil itself will get punished, even if seemingly they got away with it. And this can get fleshed out in two different ways. One of them is that those evil things get punished in Christ, like our evil gets punished in Christ, if the individual becomes a believer. The other one is they don't, and they get punished for their evil acts. So justice is met. When I put those things together, God's goodness, God's sovereignty, his foreknowledge of how he's going to use things, that's where I get comfort. Because anything other than that, to me at the least, anything other than that seems to be a bit chaotic. It doesn't really answer anything. Like when I apply other worldviews to situations like this, the answers are really unsatisfactory. I mean that like intellectually, and I mean that in the sense of like actually taking comfort from that answer. God's sovereignty has the ability to answer multiple questions at once when human evil happens and takes place. And so that's what I was talking about. Maybe I'm not very happy with the way I just articulated that. I could have done a better job, but I hope you get the point. If you don't, ask a follow-up or just call in. If anybody wants to call in and have a conversation about that, we can. That's the wrong thing. Trying to open a bottle. It's hilarious. Correct. This is a really good, important point. There is temporal and eternal punishments as well, but ultimately, there's eternal punishments. Most of the religions, and yes, I do include atomic materialists, materialistic atheists. I think that's what it says. Does not have intrinsic evil to point to. So neither do I, by the way. I have a difficult time understanding it because I don't believe God causes people to do these actions. I don't believe God causes them to do these actions. So why does that bring about a difficulty? Because people can be very heinous and go against God in their choosing. Now, at the end of the day, even though you might not believe that God causes these people to do these things, which I agree with you, I don't think God causes these people to do these things, but he nonetheless allows it. Like, everybody would be in agreement with that. Every Christian theologian would agree that God ultimately allows for these things to happen, meaning he has the power to stop it from happening, but he nonetheless allows it. So it brings us to a question as to how and why, or not how, but why God would even allow that to happen. And this is where it takes us to his sovereignty, his goodness, his ability to accomplish multiple things at once. And then just like the sheer fact that we live in a fallen world and fallen things happen. But again, fallen things happen, bad things happen, evil things happen. And God will ultimately have victory over those evil things, and God will ultimately punish those evil things. Whether the source of the evil is Satan, whether the source of the evil is human, whether it's the human being who ends up repenting that nonetheless gets punished in Christ. A lot of people forget that Christ took on our punishment. That in Christ, the way Scripture puts it is, he who knew no sin became sin on our behalf. Right? So there's a number of ways that comes together. Arthur, are you a Molinist? Yes, I think that would be a fair assessment. I would say I am. Maybe not the best and greatest articulator of Molinism, but yeah, I'd classify myself as one. To me, on the last day, the sin of and in the world is cleansed and removed, correct? And the good and full relationship of humanity to God is restored, correct? I'm humble, Art. It seems to me like a bunch of ego making work for themselves. It's not. These are important questions, Buck, and important and complicated questions require long and difficult conversations and debate. But the problem is that you've concluded your answer. Like, we can't know these things, and you're wrong. We can know these things because God has revealed himself to us in Scripture, and so therefore we have access to these things. This is why divine revelation is important. I would agree with you if there was no divine revelation, but there is divine revelation. So that's where, like, I think the missing piece in your puzzle, in your mind, is your view of Scripture. You don't view Scripture maybe as God's revelation to us. Personally, I prefer to differentiate between primary causes and secondary means. Fine. Come back, camera. That an instrumental and intrinsic evil slash good are good ways to differentiate things, in my opinion. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with what you said there. I guess if God never allowed our sins' consequences to happen, like a child dying from a tragedy, then our free will would be removed. I'm not sure if I articulated that right, but if I wanted to hurt someone and God took that away, wouldn't that be him taking away our free will? Perhaps free will showcases those who love God and how deep his redeeming mercy is. So that's pretty good, Ashley. I think the way you put that is, I'm fine with that. The difficulty becomes this: if God were to stop me from doing whatever evil act is, how would he stop it? Okay, so suppose it was hurting someone, and he stopped me from hurting someone. Would he have to do that for everyone? I would say, yeah, to be consistent, he would have to stop every other individual from hurting someone else. But what kind of hurting? Is it physical hurting? What about emotional hurting? Well, God would have to still do that as well. Which would take us to a question about like just evil. Well, God is perfect, and if we're going to put God in a place where he's just going to eradicate the evil of the human heart, he would literally eradicate every single one of us. He would eradicate humanity. Humanity wouldn't exist. I don't buy into the idea that God is committed to eradicate and stop any human evil or whatever like that, because ultimately he's going to bring it to account, and ultimately there is free will. This is why he has the right to bring people to account before him for the evil that they've done. So yeah, I agree with you, and this is partly why he doesn't stop every single evil act. Now, some people will push back, some atheists will push back and say he would have to stop all of it. And I don't know where they're getting that idea from, that he would have to stop that. Benno, what's up? What is a Molinist? Arnold says someone with an unbiblical philosophy. A Molinist is someone who believes in Molinism. Molinism is a theological slash philosophical view that aims at reconciling God's sovereignty and human free will. Now, I don't want to get into the details. There's modes of God's knowledge and all that. But that is a pretty good articulation of what Molinism is. Molinism aims at reconciling God's sovereignty with human free will. You can do the rest of the research on your own. Clearly, it's a debated subject. Not everyone is a Molinist, obviously. But yeah. Yeah, but everyone has a different answer to interpretation. Divine revelation is subjective. It's not. Divine revelation is objective. Whether people's interpretation is subjective or not, that's a completely different question. And if people are, this is why you need to learn the art and science of biblical interpretation, or just like flat out interpretation. People can't just get up and say this is what this text means without justifying it in a coherent, sound, rational way. It is not subjective. That's my whole thing there, man. I'm just poking fun of Arthur because we disagree on this, correct? I'm sure he'll give you a good explanation. I disagree with Molinism simply because you're a Calvinist. That's why you disagree with Molinism. That's what it should say there. But I disagree with Molinism simply because there is something outside of God, namely middle knowledge. I don't think that's a proper articulation of it, but sure. And subjunctive conditionals based on man's choice. limit God's eternal purposes. I think you've been listening to James White too much. Arthur, have you read the book Foundation of Augustinian Calvinism by Ken Wilson? I have not read that. If not, would you like a copy? I would not deny a book. It's like a double negative. Yeah, I wouldn't dare deny a book. So yeah, look, man, if you want to give me a copy, it's all good. I'll take it. Any day. To be fair, I think God does hold back a lot of evil. So that would be like the common grace argument. So because of common grace, but there's obviously clearly a lot of evil that he actually allows to happen. I don't think it's healthy to endlessly search for the truth in something that has so many something that has so many levels, I guess. Like, what is consciousness? I don't know what that word is. It is not like Christian theology has actually like answered these questions. There's a statement, I think I've quoted this statement before, that says all new news is old news happening to new people. Just because it's new to you and I, just because we're not very familiar with the conversation, doesn't mean like it hasn't been solved or answered. Just because some guy pops out of left corner and goes, no, I disagree with this, or I disagree with 2,000 years of Christian theology, doesn't mean much to me. It's like, cool, good for you. Prove them wrong. Develop an argument that says that these guys, that the way they've articulated this is wrong. Hey, man, love you too. But I was right. You have been listening to too much James White. How did I see that? It's because I listened to James White on this stuff too. I would just look, guys. That's a tongue-in-cheek comment, right? Find, how do I say this? There are Molinist responses to those claims that I think show that those claims are false. Humbly show that those claims are false. You might I would like it a lot more if somebody said, I disagree with Molinism because I'm a Calvinist and my worldview doesn't allow for that. But I should add, there are Calvinists who are Molinists. Clearly, they don't see any issue with that in regards to middle knowledge and all that. Some Calvinists will say, like, why are we even having this discussion? This is a part of our system. We might not use the same kind of language, but it's a part of our system. But the certain sort of argument that comes from a certain kind of camp, I would say, there are responses to those things. That's all I was trying to say there. Benno, I have to do some research, but it sounds reasonable. Do your research, man. Develop your theology. Make sure it's grounded scripturally. Would you happen to know the oldest manuscript that contains the longer ending of Mark? I do not know what the oldest manuscript is that contains the longer ending of Mark. Hang on. I don't know like that, but I might be able to find out. Uh-oh, something damaged my... No. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Oh, these guys don't give the manuscript. You might want to just someone just Google that and answer Carl's question. The problem I have with Molinism is the same problem with Arminianism. It's all based off the free will of man rather than the sovereignty of God. Don't have enough space to fully articulate. The problem I have with Molinism is that Carl and Arnold disagree with it. So it's clearly wrong. Hey, Jerome, decisions, man. That's life. I'm saying we can't prove them right. There's so manisms. Why not just focus on the message and do good? Because they are fundamental and foundational to that. Hey, Righteous, thanks, by the way. Appreciate it. I should clarify. This is just like generally for you guys to know. I should clarify a couple of things because you guys should know the way this works. And what my preferences would be in a situation like that. I don't mind folks giving super chats, obviously, right? I really don't. The issue with it is that YouTube always takes a cut. Pretty significant cut, as a matter of fact, when these things are given. So this is part of the reason. This is part of the reason why, if you're giving specifically, like the way Righteous is doing right now, in regards to like books, or you want to buy a book or something like that, if you want to do some kind of a giving like that, either go to the, I have a, it should be in the, I got to check whether I put it in there, but I have a wish list on Amazon of books. You can buy it. It just gets shipped to me. Or you can like privately message me. I'll tell you how to send the money or how to even order that, and I'll give you the address to send it to. It just in regards to the resources and your financial resources, it would be like actually going completely and fully towards the purchase of that thing and how much that thing is, rather than YouTube taking a cut in that. Like super chats and stuff are great for encouraging and giving gifts, like sort of like tipping and all that. But just know that YouTube always takes a cut. If you want the entirety of what you're giving towards that, you can just, again, you can email me or message me on Instagram or something like that, and I will send you the address to which you can ship that book to. Or you can just go into my, oh man, I forgot whether I put this in there, but my Amazon wish list. If not, then I got to put it in there. And then It's not in there. I'll add it in there. And order that or whatever. Like there's other ways to do it. You can Venmo me, you can Zelle it, you can Cash App it. There's a bunch of ways you can give towards that where all the money goes there rather than through this mechanism. And I mean, I'm not very sure whether I can send this back or not. Let me see. I don't see any options. Anybody knows if there's an option, just let me know. I'll take care of that. Does that make sense, guys? I hope, again, I want you guys, if you guys are giving money towards this ministry, I want it to go to exactly what you're giving to. So, yeah. How many isms are there in just Christianity? Is that like how many different sects there have? No, not really. Look, isms are just a way for you to classify things. People make too much of an issue with this, right? If I have a certain view of something, let's just say Molinism. When I say I'm a Molinist, there's a categorical area you can look at and go in a book or website or something and read what that thing is actually about. It's a way to categorize things. This is rationality, guys. You can't run away from this. These isms should not be bad words. All they are categorizing and defining terms and what we mean by them so that our conversations become a lot more fruitful and that you don't have to sit there and argue a point or try to teach someone the very basic things of whatever it is that you believe. If somebody says, do you believe in Calvinism? And you go, yes, I believe in Calvinism. Here's what it is. You don't need to explain all the details to someone. You just say, here's the term. They can look at the term, they'll do their research, and then they'll find out what that is. Like, isms are not a bad thing. They really are not. I don't think you can be a Calvinist and a Molinist, to be honest with you. There's a lot of doctrinal errors and inconsistencies you'd have to hold, in my opinion. Well, I'm just saying, I've been at academic conferences in which there were Calvinist Molinists sitting on the panels. Now, maybe you're right, unless if by Molinism all they mean is God's mode of knowledge, which is what they do mean. Like, God, here's the way God knows things. This is the mode in which he uses to know, say, the future. I don't see that. If Molinism just means God's mode of knowledge, I don't think there's an issue there. Like, the middle knowledge sort of stuff. You don't have to commit yourself to all sorts of other ideas. Look at all the Calvinists who don't think this is a possibility. I'd like to put you guys in the room with some of these brothers who are Calvinists and Molinists and see what happens. There are no Calvinist Molinists, but there are Armenian Calvinists. That's true. There are also Armenian Molinists. And worst of all, there are Armenian Armenians. That's the one that confuses people the most. Saad Karkol. What's up? John Clash is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just coming through. Mr. John Clash saying YouTube takes a huge cut. Correct. And again, I want you guys to know about these things. None of y'all have called in, I must say. Today's a call-in show, and I've done quite a bit of talking. Shame. Yeah, I don't like every time I see that number go down, I know it's you. That person repented. That person said it was an accident. They repented, bro. Calvinism means that God's knowledge is directly based on his decree, not a middle knowledge. What's his decree based on? And I wish you were, I wish you were on live right now. Like, call in. Let's have this discussion. I Jerome, you're more than welcome to call in. John Clash is getting his house ready like a good ancient person who got married and had to create his house for his wife to move into. By the way, John, when we bought our house, I took 2 weeks off from work and I did the entire floors in 2 weeks. I was working like, I don't know, man, it was like 10, 12 hours a day trying to get the floors done, amongst a bunch of other things. But just doing the floors, oh man, they were really old. And so I redid the entire thing. With the help of some friends, but that was cool. I learned a skill doing that. I know what it's like, bro, is what I'm trying to say. God's decree is based on his immediate knowledge of himself and his will. That doesn't answer anything. That's just an assertion or statement you're making, but it doesn't answer any question really. As a matter of fact, I would say the first portion is that his immediate knowledge of himself is just a truism. Like, God knows himself, great. He knows what he wants, correct. But what you're saying is that his knowledge is based on his decree. And this is what I'm let me see, where was that comment? Calvinism means that God's knowledge is directly based on his decree. Correct. And before he decrees, he knows what could have been the case if he had decreed something else, which is middle knowledge. This is why I'm saying this is not an issue. It shouldn't be an issue to anyone. If God sits there and says, I'll tell you what the difference is in actuality, but if God sits there and says, well, I'm going to create this thing, right? But I could have created this other thing, but I'm choosing not to create this other thing because I don't want this other thing because of various reasons. Let's just say it's an eternal dialogue for God. That's essentially middle knowledge. What could be, right? All possible worlds. What is his decree of the actual world, and his middle knowledge of the possibilities within the actual world. It's not an issue, guys. You guys are probably like attaching a lot more to middle knowledge. Attaching a lot more to Molinism than what I just explained in regards to his mode of knowledge. So Molinism encompasses a bunch of other things. His mode of knowledge is completely rational, I think, to be taken by a Calvinist and said, that's fine. Let's also not forget that Luis Molina was accused and taken to ecclesiastical court for being a Calvinist. There's a reason for that. People thought he was a Calvinist because of the middle knowledge stuff. It's just funny to me that a bunch of Calvinists say, no way, this is like nuts. You can't believe this. Clearly, a bunch of people thought you could. Just again, notice I explained that. I think it's completely rational and fine. Said y'all can yell. I think there is a way to reverse a super chat. Let me know. God's knowledge is this on his will, not the will of man. God's knowledge is, I don't know, what are you saying here, man? I heard a radio preacher say man would not write the Bible because I heard a radio preacher say man would not write the Bible because it goes against oral marital sex. Is it more marital sex? What's that word? No one would do that. Then he referred to the church fathers as absolute evidence. What? Some of these statements that you guys need. Sorry, I know there's a limited space, but either I can't read, which I think I can, pretty sure I can, or the stuff that you guys are hearing are just like what? How does that even logically follow? I heard a radio preacher say man would not write the Bible because it goes against the Bible goes. Did you misspell something here? We'll get back to that, I guess. The man said, bless us. If someone believes God decrees evil and not just allows it, that is an unscriptural view, in my opinion. Mine too. Will these things always be mysteries? It really depends by what you mean by these things. There's plenty of things that are not mysteries. Yeah, well, people are. God's knowledge is based on his will, not the will of man. Unless God wills that men have will that he responds to. Like, it's not even complicated. That's not even hard. Like, God can literally will for something to be the case in which he is sovereign over, but not in control of. Like, why does that scare Calvinists so much? So I'll give you an example. God willed for Adam and Eve to have a will that was contrary to what his will was for them. Probably meant premarital. That might be true. I heard a radio preacher say men would not write the Bible because it goes against premarital sex. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. No man would do that. Oh, like speak against. That's a really stupid argument. Yeah, that's like, okay, so, I mean, man, I don't. Preachers say a bunch of stupid stuff, but yeah, it's a stupid argument. Like, it's such an overgeneralization. So it's not in the Bible. That sort of an argument is not presented in the Bible. It's that guy's views. It's, I don't know. He thinks he's being clever or something, but he's not. So who cares? You can't believe everything you listen to. You're an American. You probably can't read. Why didn't you say I'm Armenian? I probably can't read. Because then I'll call you a racist. That's why. Because I'm a minority. Oh, whenever it benefits you, I'm an American, huh? Joke, everybody. Relax. So then he has mercy on whom he desires, and he hardens whom he desires. Okay. By the way, a Molinist wouldn't disagree with this statement. Whatever Yahweh pleases, he does in heaven and on earth, in the seas and all depths. Like nobody would disagree with this. To stop trying to claim this as a Calvinist and be like, oh, we really believe this. Everybody believes this. Not going to jump into your Romans 9 conversation, guys. Just going to. We honestly don't know much about the nature of Adam and Eve's, which will, other than they had no disposition or inclination to sin and was wholly upright until the fall. I just think I'm going with the text, man. I think what you're doing is sidestepping. Like, oh, we really don't know about this stuff. Clearly, there's a situation in which God tells them to do something, and then they go against what he tells them to do. This is partly why a lot of Calvinists will take a stance like God willed them to sin. He decreed it for them to sin. This is why a lot of Calvinists will go the route. Not saying all Calvinists believe this. This is why a lot of Calvinists will go the route of saying even your sin is willed by God. It's that train of thought. Ashley says, I see a Topo Chico. Correct. They're not sponsoring us, by the way, but I enjoy the drink. I can think of about 5 subjects off the top of my head, and they are all massive. That must mean you have a big head. That was a good one, guys. If I called in, what would we even say? There's too much content now. Are you trying to convince me or convince yourself to not call in? He knew Adam would fall precisely because he decreed it. Okay. By the way, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with him decreeing it. I would break it down a bit differently as a Molinist. But then you got to just admit and own up to the fact that he decrees your sins as well. Individual sins you commit. I'm pretty sure like someone like John Piper even says that. Now, again, that is not something I claim all Calvinists believe. Now, I could say if they were consistent, they would believe it. What I mean, the bottom line is that, let me put it this way, I don't think God's mode of knowledge is in any way, say like the Molinist view of God's knowledge, is in any way different or contradictory to Calvinism, because all it talks about is God's mode of knowledge, like the way he knows things. And I don't see a contradiction directly with Calvinism. Like saying God directly knows something is not an answer. It's like, correct, I agree, he directly knows it. But he knows all sorts of infinite possible things that could potentially be the case. It seems pretty intuitive to think, wow, if it is knowledge to God, it is knowable to God as to what kind of a world the world would be without Arthur in it. Like, would you disagree with that? Like, and I mean, like, if Arthur never existed, like that seems pretty clearly the case. Where, like, this is just no part of God's knowledge. Trying to figure something out. People post the dumbest stuff, man. So annoying. You have so much time on your hands to sit there and See ya, John Clash. Thanks for hanging out in here. By the way, there's a little celebration that we hit 3,800 subscribers today. For those who aren't aware, I spoke about it earlier in the chat, but we hit 3,800 guys. Yeah, that's a pretty good accomplishment. We celebrate it. Woohoo! Hey man, back off. Well, we Calvinists believe generally in at least 3 types of wills. Okay. The foremost mentioned is the decretive will, and isn't always fully explained, other than God decreed whatsoever shall come to pass. I'm cool with that. The more time that passes, the more things come up to talk to you about. This is your fault. Stop making more content. Right. I'm going to listen to Jerome on this. Hey, appreciate it. What brand would you want to sponsor on this channel? That's an interesting question. First and foremost, I mean, there's been one opportunity that I didn't take because I don't want to say I was lazy, but I had a lot of stuff going on, and so I didn't advertise that, the brand was fine. I don't think there was an issue there. I would have to take it on a kind of, like, I'll give you an example. That would be really cool. Like, I would love for this to happen, and maybe I should reach out to them. It's just I don't have a big platform, I guess, because people have bigger platforms and they sponsor that. But Logos Bible Software, I totally advertise them. I love the thing. I advertise it without them even paying me. I advertise it to my friends. So I'd advertise Logos. I would say stuff that is maybe directly related to Christian theology, stuff that is directly related to apologetics, books, publishers. I mean, things of that sort, you could say, but I wouldn't necessarily mind other things. Maybe I can grow out my beard and then do a brand deal with like a beard company or something. Like, I wouldn't even mind that. Hey, Arthur, would you mind if we take some time to pray for the church in Nashville? So this is something that was said earlier on. I think, when I'm ending the stream, I'll say a word of prayer. I spoke about this earlier on when we started the stream. We didn't pray, but yes, Buck actually suggested that we pray as well, so we'll do. It was a church and a school, correct. It's a Christian school. There was a shooting. Someone went in there and shot 3 kids, and the I think 3, as far as I read, 3 like teachers, administrators, adults. Correct me if I'm wrong. The existence, metaphorical or not, of the thing which God has knowledge of in Molinism is not dependent on God's decree. Depends which mode we're talking about. So the middle knowledge very clearly is. And the third one, the actual world, clearly is. The one that wouldn't be would be the first one, that God has knowledge of all possible things, which is just included in the sort of stuff God knows, which is all things. God knows all possible things. Is that really? Like, are you guys seriously having an issue with like whether God knows all possible things or not? Because you shouldn't be. Like, I give you an example. In regards to like, would God know what the world would be like if Arthur wasn't in it? God knows all possible things. That's the first step. The third step is God knows all actual things. The middle knowledge is basically God knows all things based on the actual world in which people are made a certain way. Let's just say they have free will. And so the decision I make today, right, like the decision Arthur's going to make, God has actual knowledge of that based on that. But so again, I don't see this in it being an issue at all, Derek. Hey, just 3 9-year-old children were killed, 3 adult staff members, and the shooter. Let me ask you. So it's out there, right, that this individual that did the shooting was a transgender individual, female, biological female, who thought that she was a male. Is there some document that this individual left saying like, I'm targeting this church, or this? I read somewhere that she went to school there. I don't know how old the person was, at 26 or something. At one point, the person went to school there. Like, is there some kind of a document, suicide note, something like that? Like, oh, I'm targeting these people for these reasons. Because I don't want to jump the gun, both internally. Like, why that school? Why target those people? Okay, there is a manifesto. Does anybody know any details as to why this individual went and shot that school up? I know that she was a student, that confirmed. Why? I'll let you guys comment on that and educate me on that before we come back to this. Because the reason why I ask is because people go, oh, assault weapons. Why are there guns out there? X, Y, and Z. Like, the person literally left you a note saying why they did what they did. Go look at the note if you want to figure out what they did, instead of having the random political conversation that you want to push so you can get more votes. Okay. Couldn't someone's free will make decrees, including God's? I don't know how there would be 3 wills. I'm not sure what you're saying here, Harut. I agree, Jerome. Arthur, our epistemological system is different, so I think we're talking past each other. Maybe so, but would our epistemological system be different when we're talking about God, like how God knows things? I get our perspective on epistemology might be different, like in regards to how humans know things, but what about how God knows things? That's really what this conversation is about. If the category of all possible things is not dependent on God's decree, then you've identified a metaphysical concept that exists wholly outside of God. God. Okay, Derek. Does God know all things? Again, I gave you an example. I think that's a simple example. You could just ask that question like yes or no. Would God know what the world would look like without Arthur in it? Would God know what a world would look like in it if elephants were red and ate beef? Whatever, right? These are all possible things. Without having that be God's decree. It's just his knowledge. It's the stuff that God knows internally to himself only. Like God clearly has knowledge about what it is like to be God without him having to decree it, correct? So God never decreed himself to be God, but knowledge. By the very nature of God being God, he knows these things. What? Just got a weird notification. So like God knows what it's like to be loving. God knows what love is. Like these things are not outside of himself. For some reason, or God is love. God is loving. These things are not outside of himself. Like it's only when it comes to knowledge that we talk about this whole decree kind of thing. And I just think it's a meaningless kind of distinction that is made somehow to make him more sovereign. He is sovereign. That's a part of his sovereignty. He knows all possible things. Arnold, I'll be honest, I can see Molinism making sense within a Calvinist perspective. I just don't see the philosophy in Scripture. Hey, that's cool. Again, we find ourselves agreeing. I don't know why it's such a big issue. I can see, man, I can see why somebody would want to make this decree thing like be like, oh, he's really sovereign if he willed it. I don't see the counter that if he has access to this knowledge, it's beyond him or something, or it's greater than him. I just don't see that. Okay, the manifesto has not been released yet. She was 28. So she went to school there a long time ago. Calvinism affirms that even the category of all possible things is something determined by God's will. I.e., God has determined that possibility A will occur if X occurs, even if X never occurs. I get that. It's a meaningless. categorization? Like, why? This would mean that God decreed the laws of logic, that they are not like a part of his nature. In my mind, that now I could be wrong about that, but like that's immediately what comes to my mind, is that the laws of logic have been decreed by God. Because the way I think about all these possible worlds is in regards to like just by the nature of God being God. Like the laws of logic are a part of his nature, like love is a part of his nature. So all possible things is a sort of knowledge that God internally has by the fact of just being God. It doesn't involve him decreeing it. Like it's just strange to me that he would even have to decree what would be possible. Because I think they're categorically two different things we're talking about. Oh, come on. Not only is it a school shooting, but it's now inadvertently a cultural war talking point. Literally worst case scenario. Um, look, if let's just put any scenario, in any scenario. Let's say a guy goes and a guy goes and shoots up a school um, full of like a woman's school, a women's only school. Some guy goes and shoots up a women's only school, and he leaves a manifesto. And in the manifesto, he says, "I went and shot these people. I killed them because I hate women, because they keep rejecting me." Now, what would we say? What would we say? We would say, well, clearly the guy has a psychological issue, right? But the motivation to him killing is his hate for women, and he went and did this act. Like that would be the most reasonable thing we would say it. Now, a secondary talking point would be, how did a mentally ill individual get his hands on guns? Okay. Now, some mental illnesses we could conclude are like you could see it, but some you can't, or people have kind of anxious, depressive breakdowns where they weren't like that before, so they were completely fine, and they went through life. Let's just say the guy bought guns when he was 21, and for the past 5-6 years, he's trying to get married and find a partner, and they keep rejecting him, and he just has this break, a mental break, and then he goes and does this thing. It's like, how can you manage a situation like that? You can't ever manage a situation like that. But politicians are going to get up there and they're going to give their talking points and all that stuff without kind of reasoning through the details. If this individual, let's just say, went and shot this Christian school because they're Christians and because they went to the school and they know that the school has certain stances on sexuality, we would say the same thing. The person clearly has mental issues, and based on that, targeted specifically Christians, and maybe even targeted children, because it's always easier to target children than adults, right? But at least that conversation would be had. Things get politicized in a unique way in America, right? If here's like a headline we would see. Let's just say it was a white male that did something like this. The headlines would all read, white male did X, Y, and Z. But there's a fear to do it the other ways. All the other ways that this stuff could be spoken about. There's a huge fear because people don't want to be called racist. People don't want to be called sexist, homophobes, X, Y, and Z. It's like, I would just be completely fine with somebody saying male went and did this. Black, white, green, doesn't matter to me. Now, if it's directly tied into the reason why they did it, their whiteness or something like that, right? Say they're like racist, KKK, neo-Nazis or something like that. Then yeah, then you could, it's a part of you telling the story and the reasons and the motivations for doing whatever it is that they did. Does that make sense? I hope I'm clarifying myself here. Because would it not be a hate crime, very clearly a hate crime, if specifically these people were targeted because they were Christians? What's the definition of a hate crime, if it's not that? So again, like we want to know, I mean, at least I want to know the reasons. I don't put out content like this, reacting to this early, because I sort of want to know all the details. This happened yesterday, Jerome. Yesterday for us. So early morning, I guess, for you. She had an emotional disorder. I'm telling you, this never happened before the internet and antidepressants. You got a point, man. So the police said that what she planned to do was much more destructive, but she was killed by the police first. Interesting. How did something like, generally in Christian theology, we have multiple wills of God. God's passive will, or his active will, like things he allows, things he does. So this is not like new in regards to a conversation of this sort. Christians do distinguish between God's wills. There's a sickness of people wanting to hurt people, and the easiest people to hurt in this world usually are kids. So many want to blame the way it's done and not why it's done. Correct. Okay, she did have another targeted school apparently, but decided it was too heavily monitored. So again, it could be the case that she went there, she was familiar with everything and said, this is the one I'm most familiar with, and I'm going to target these individuals. Like some other random reason. But again, it's important for us to know the reasons why people did it before some politician, and Facebook posts, all these debates going on, like even friends of mine like jumping on there and they're like, how can we get rid of guns? And I'm like, shut up. Why is immediately let's get rid of your car. Let's get rid of schools because these things keep happening at schools. It's like there's so much more nuancing in a conversation like this that should be had. I know it's easy to immediately go after the mechanism in which somebody used or the tool they used to kill people. U.S. politics is going to be a disaster once the manifesto. You're right. Content is literally going to be they were trans person, or they were a trans person targeting Christians. Correct. But again, the idea there is that true or is it not true? And if it is true, what does that mean? Do all trans people target Christians? Clearly not. Right? It still would mean this person had a serious mental issue. But it's interesting to me as to how the media treats these subjects. That's what I'm like concerned about more, because there's so much fear in even having a headline the way you just spoke about it. Like, it's so obviously the case that people won't do it because they're afraid. Do you believe in destiny? I do not believe in destiny. No, because I don't believe in predestination of like the destiny sort of ways. So was it those kids' destiny to die? No, I don't think it was their destiny. I don't think destiny is a Christian idea, by the way. Yeah, so I would say we all have a purpose in a general sense, that we're made in the image of God, and therefore you have purpose and value, so on and so forth. So yeah, I think we have a purpose. Is there like a specific task we all have to accomplish? No, I don't really believe in that there's like one task we all have to accomplish. Thank God, huh? Well, look, man, that's partly because they're not terrified of being sued or being called racist or sexist or something like that. Like, your job is to do this. You guys, I was talking yesterday. I was talking to some parents at my son's soccer, and one of the parents said that essentially they have a home that they rent out, and somebody went into the home with a blowtorch, like a humongous blowtorch, and the individual called the cops, and the cops were like, "We can't go inside the house." And he was like, "Well, who's going to get the person outside from inside my house? Like, what if it burns my house down? We can't do anything." So he said, "Well, I'm going to go inside." And they were like, "Well, you're at your own risk. We're going to stand here on the sidewalk." They essentially said, "We can't do anything till he does something." Like, it's like, "Oh, I'm going to go in there. And if he tries to burn me alive, then you'll come and help me. Maybe." It's just like, why? The guy has clearly gone onto someone else's property. You guys should go in there and remove him. The owner is telling you, "I don't want this guy in there. We can't do anything." Right? That's that sort of stuff that's just like, man. And I'm sure it's not like the cops. I know cops. And one of their things is like, "Hey, man, this is what higher up command has said. This, we're just going to follow orders. Not do that." It's nuts. I watched the body cam footage. Wow. Put their lives on the line, man. Brave. The laws of logic are a reflection of his character. It's probably a very bad way to word this. I agree. That's why I didn't comment on it. Thank you for writing this. This question might be some garbage. Okay. But what's the point of Christians debating about non-salvation issues? Well, look, it's an issue of knowing God, knowing him well, because it's like Why would I have conversations with my wife about getting to know her better, finding out things about her? Because generally, when you find something out about someone, it actually enhances, ideally, by not, your relationship with the individual. About knowledge is a good form of knowledge. And so when we have these discussions with Christians amongst ourselves, we're talking about the aboutness of God. And that, ideally, the encouraging point of it is that we want to have these discussions so that we would have a correct and proper view of who God is, where our relationship with him is enhanced. That's what the purpose is. It's not a bad question, by the way. Too many Christians say we're not going to have the about conversations. You know, this is different, man. I'm not even in the US, and you lot talk about trans people on a daily basis. That's because trans people are seemingly everywhere, but they're really not. And they're doing really weird stuff. And the stuff that's being pushed on us is just annoying, frankly. And pushed on our children is very annoying. Tell you this, I'm very proud of some of the African nations. I was watching a video today where this guy was breaking down as to what's going on in Africa. And Putin's taking a trip to Africa. The Chinese are like really involved in Africa. And the Africans are looking at the West and saying, you guys are morons. You guys have allowed these things to come into your culture, and you're trying to push it on us via aid, which is the dumbest thing they can be doing. Oh, support this or else we're not going to give you money. Well, maybe at one point or another, the people that are receiving the money, they're going to look at you and take that and say, take that money and shove it where the sun don't shine. Stop it. Here's what gets complicated. And you're going to see quite a bit of the West. So Macron just went there. The U.S. is sending our very intelligent and brave vice president there. And she can go there and say, ha, 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 and just laugh like a... Getting heated here. Forgive me. The Chinese don't want none of this. LGBTQ, whatever else. The Russians definitely don't want it. And guess what the Russians are doing? They're going to Africa and they're saying, hey, we're with you on this stuff. This is nonsense. The West has lost their minds. Now, this is a video I was watching. This person was explaining this. Why is it so difficult for Westerners to see, like, it is not a good thing to continuously be pushing this stuff? All the media, like that video that I didn't respond to this video that I meant to, but I was like, you know what? Too many people talked about it. This comedian, this cross-dresser, I think, comedian in Australia that got up and made those comments about Jesus. And then the news channel came out and they were like, oh, we're sorry. Oh, we didn't expect it. We don't know. Yeah, but the day before when the person was making those comments, you had your mouth open from ear to ear. You thought that was pretty funny. But you guys got caught. People gave you, some crap over it. And then now you're like, oh, we're sorry. It's a live show. We don't know. People will say stuff like that. Come on. We all know it's just complete junk, what you're saying. You're not sorry. Right? Like, it's too much, man. People are fed up with it. It's really too much. So that's why we talk about it, because it's everywhere. And if you say the stuff I'm saying, where it's just like, it's annoying, stop it. Oh, you're a transphobe. Oh, you're this phobe. Or you're... No, I'm not. I think it's wrong. And I have a certain moral system I live by. If you want to have that conversation on those grounds, it will be a very respectful, honoring and loving conversation, because I know how to disagree with people. I know how to love people that I disagree with. And I don't have a phobia of anyone. I think it's wrong. There's many things I think are wrong. And I don't have a phobia towards anyone doing any of those things. So the fact that it gets pushed and then it gets politicized, and then at least America attaches money to aid they give to different countries to support those ideas in those places, is just complete nonsense to me. Talk about respecting people's beliefs. Talk about respecting other people's cultures, which is something that Americans supposedly care about and think about. Just nonsense. You're going into a completely different country, completely different society, and this is the way these Africans are answering, right? The African nations are essentially saying, we don't want that in our country. People don't like that stuff in our country. Stop trying to push it on us. I see it, by the way. I see that sort of liberalism as a form of ideological colonialism. That's what it is. It's ideological colonialism. Now, I get it that people, they think it's right and therefore they're going to push it. But again, the people it's coming from have a hard time defining what's right or wrong. But okay, whatever. Inconsistencies, they're still pushing it. But don't be surprised when people push back. And people will get to a point where they push back definitely. In all sorts of different ways. I mean, we saw that with this recent statement and bills being passed now, laws being put into place. Like even laws that I'm even like, whoa, this is a bit weird. Where are you guys going with this? So yeah. It's just, again, I like living in America and saying the things I'm saying, man. A lot of people will lose their jobs over saying the things I'm saying. A lot of people are terrified to say the things I'm saying. I know people who would never make a public comment like this because they would get fired. Best comment I've seen in response to the shooting on social media so far: we need to get God back into schools. Apparently, this person was unaware that the shooting was at a Christian school. Yeah, and the idea there being, once you do, then people will just act more moral or whatever like that. This is a huge issue. It's not like, oh, God's not talked about in schools and therefore that's the issue. I would say it's a combination of a bunch of different stuff. Very difficult for me to sit here and just solve that issue. But that would be the equivalent of saying, this would be the equivalent of somebody saying, when are we going to get rid of assault rifles? Right? And then like every once in a while, these shootings will happen. And then you go, the person that did the shooting used a shotgun and handguns. And they just look at you, not realizing that those other guns could do quite a bit of damage as well. But they're pushing a certain agenda, right? So yeah. Okay. That's the consistency. That's okay. So biological female claiming to be a male. That's what's going on here. Hey man, let's get rid of government schools. I agree. To be fair, the society is fine with ending young life. This is completely in line with their ideology. They've been doing it legally for decades inside the womb. As a logical point of argumentation, you're off in one area. Say the pro-abortion side would come to you and say, yes, but the individuals that are doing this want this to be done to their children, where the shootings, none of the parents want this to be done. Now, that would back them up into a corner, into a question of, what if the parents do want it? Infanticide, let's just say. What you're saying has holes in it. Taking it to the infanticide place, as some atheist philosophers have, and said, yeah, sure, we should have the right to post-birth abortions up to 3 years old, would be the logical conclusion. But what you're saying there, I think, has holes in it. I would say thank the police. I do thank the police. What I said is thank God that the police actually had the bravery to do that and to stop something even worse from happening. I don't see how that's inconsistent. Isn't it awkward to thank God when something you perceive as good happens, when God also allows bad things to happen? At the end of the day, I would say, regardless whether something good or bad has happened, I thank God. There's a big difference between thanking God for a specific thing taking place and thanking God generally for allowing things to happen. Frankly, where I live, I'm catching up on comments here, guys. Frankly, where I live, if we tell someone once or twice, don't know the exact number, to get off our property and they don't, then we are legally allowed to shoot them. Sounds bad, but it works here. Well, in California, they can come and camp inside your house and you can't do anything about it. Sorry, guys. I went on a soapbox kind of preaching thing there. Hey, Tom, what's up? Appreciate you. All of these other nations don't like Western inclusivity? No, they don't. They don't. They think it's stupid. What? Are we going to call them racist? You can't call them racist. You can't call them sexist. Because they're the minorities that the liberals have been using to prop up their ideological, what's it called? Their ideological war, right? Their ideological colonialism. It's like, what do you do when it's all those minority folks telling you, get a life? You're not pushing this on us. We don't want none of this. Look at you guys. Look at the issues you guys are having. We don't want that in our country. We don't want that in our people. We don't want our young people growing up confused about their sexuality. I mean, could it seriously be argued, or couldn't it seriously be argued, that a good amount of this stuff is just learned behavior? It's indoctrination. Like when I was growing up, guys, I'm turning 38 this year. When I was growing up, I didn't know anyone who claimed to be transgender. Maybe there were cross-dressers, which it has always been the case in all countries. People have cross-dressed, thought they were women. But now, like every other young person you're talking to is confused about their sexuality. It's like, how did this happen? Did we all of a sudden just give birth to a bunch of kids who are just confused? Did something happen? Did we take some kind of a medicine only in the Western countries where all of our children are growing up to be confused about their sexuality? How did this happen? Well, oh, it was really, the counter is, oh, it was really there, but people were too afraid to talk about it, so they were hiding it. Really? That much? And it keeps growing? Or is the more reasonable answer, children are, by definition, right? Children, by the very nature of being a child, they're impressionable. And whatever you teach them, generally speaking, they're going to take it and accept it. Until maybe they get to a place in life, a bit older, where they start questioning these things. We've been having this discussion over religion, Christianity, and atheism, right? And it goes either way. You can have somebody who's taught Christianity, like I teach my children Christianity is true. At one point or another, I anticipate them to question that. As a matter of fact, I anticipate that as a parent, and I'm actually going to introduce them when they're appropriate in age and reasoning abilities to question Christianity. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation with my 5-year-old about there are people that believe God doesn't exist and what he thinks about that, right? Like, I have these conversations at home, but they're impressionable. Like, I get it. Why don't we think that about sexuality? That you can actually do this. You can confuse a child by dressing them up, which is really stupid, by the way, to think like your dress makes your like gender. Like, it's just nuts. To me, that's appropriation to like the nth degree. Like, you just dress up a child and you go, you're a girl. 2 years old, you're a girl. You're a girl. See how you're dressed? Oh, you like dolls. Oh, you're a girl. You're a girl. Will you be surprised that this kid's going to come be a 12-year-old and say, I'm a girl? And then maybe as an 18-year-old say, wait, hang on here. This is stupid. I'm not a girl. The problem becomes you don't really notice, and we haven't really seen the kind of damage this is going to do to people psychologically. And the animosity, the hate, all that stuff is going to breed in people, in young people, towards their parents, towards culture and society. It's going to breed so much of that. Mark my words. We're going to have people suing doctors. We're going to have people suing their parents for putting medicine in them that has hurt them, for doing surgery on them that has hurt them, when they were naive young people who didn't know any better and who just said things. Maybe they even said things to please their parents. Children do this, guys. Think about how somebody can, like a simple way of manipulating a child. You would say something like, hey, come give me a hug. And the child says, no, I don't want to give you a hug. Then you say something like, if you don't love mommy, you won't hug. If you don't hug me, that means you don't love mommy. And the child immediately comes and hugs you. That's manipulation. Right? People do this all the time. Now, multiply that by like 1,000%. Oh, if you don't say you're a girl, you don't love mommy, but you do it not as like in your face, in all sorts of other ways. Oh, because we want to be a gender inclusive family, because I want to use my family as a place, as a billboard. Look, I'm so progressive that my child doesn't have a gender. You see this in celebrities. How is this not child abuse? Putin tells his people, we're all trans and broke and starving. I don't care what Putin tells his people. The reality is that maybe the Russian people are okay with Putin, right? Let's just say. That's not necessarily true, by the way. They're not all okay with him. Because they're seeing how crazy nutty the West is. They're like, that's definitely not something we want. We can tolerate this crazy guy, but we don't want that craziness. Usually the loudest get noticed the most. And now it's pro-LGBTQ, and they are pushing their agenda, and vice versa. The opposite is now getting louder in response. You're going to get a pushback. I agree with you, Buck. I do. Still can't over the use of annoying being the term of choice for this issue. It is annoying. It's very annoying. You want to have an adult conversation over that stuff? Let's have an adult conversation over that stuff. You try to push that stuff on my kids, you're an annoying individual. And I'm being very gracious there. We don't want our kids hearing this about this. Dude, my kids, like, my kids do not know the expression, what the hell? Okay? Like, we don't speak like that. And they hear it at school. And then my son comes home and says, what's up with this? Like, you think I'm okay with my kids at, 4, 5 years old and 9 years old being exposed to really, really adult conversations? I found out the other day, somebody came into my stream. I recognized the name. And I found out the other day, so I assumed something. Somebody came into the stream the other day, and the name I saw was the dad's name. But then they commented something, and I was like, oh, this is the kid. Live. I texted my wife and said, make sure you contact this family and tell them not to allow their sons to come onto my stream. Or their son not to come onto my stream. Because I talk about very adult stuff. Right? Not like they're for adults who know how to reason through these things. I'm not like cussing up a storm and all this, but the parents should know this. And you think I'm going to be okay with my kids being exposed to? No, man. So it is annoying. More women need to speak up. Correct. Putting a dress on and wearing lipstick doesn't make you a woman. Correct. Preach it. Like, seriously. That sentiment is actually offensive. Being a woman is not a shallow costume you can put on and off. Yeah, like these guys running around saying, day 1 of being a woman, week 2 of being a woman, giving out tampons. Like, dude, you are nuts. I don't know any woman that goes around passing out tampons. You think that's what being a woman is? Come on. Yeah. Yes. So was it bad for actual colonialism to push Christianity on most of the world, whether they wanted it or not? Yes. If they were using Christianity, like politically in line with Christianity, right? Like pushing this stuff, yes. Christians for centuries were missionaries and doing missionary work at the expense of their lives. When the political powers get involved, that messes all sorts of stuff up. Whether the political powers are involved or not, Christians will do their missionary work because the Bible calls us to do missionary work. It calls us to preach the gospel to the lost. It calls us to go to the nations and make disciples. So if it's going to be done in like a political ideology sense, it's absolutely wrong. No question about it, in my mind. Plus, it always comes off as like a cheaper form of Christianity. That's why I don't like it. How about don't have guns at all? Says the British guy. A British person would say that to a bunch of Americans. Hey, guys, you probably shouldn't have guns. Hey, we have a new monarch. He's better than the last one. Don't have guns. I'm picking on you. Preach it. Preach it. Tell what to the Ukrainians? That they shouldn't have guns. Do you think Peter Kreeft will come on for an interview with you? I have no idea. He's been on with Pints with Aquinas a number of times, but he's had him in his office, so I don't know. Man, I'm so behind, guys. Okay, I'm just gonna skip a bunch of stuff. Oh, here's a good question. Yes, meanwhile, look at the African countries that throw gays off of roofs. Do you think they do that before Christians force their ideology on them? Yes. They did a lot worse than that. Go look at history. Whether specifically those African countries did it or not. Like, why don't you say that about Islam, by the way? And there's no teaching in the New Testament that says throw gay people off of buildings. None. So I would actually say they're being a bit inconsistent with that. Maybe it's a cultural thing they have that they do that gets wrapped up in Christianity. I know in Armenia, there was a lot of people who were not religious at all. They just thought being gay is very disgusting and hated gay people. But from the outsider, you look at that and you go, oh, Christianity made these people like this. No, they think it's disgusting and they act like that because people are like that. There's actual religions in the world that teach specifically that you should kill people, put them to death for these things. The New Testament is not one of these. The New Testament Christianity is not one of these religions that tells you do this. You do not need justification for a brute fact. Go ask them. How about you sit down and you talk with them, and then. By the way, this something here is implied that's really terrifying. So, you're a nice guy. I don't think you're intentionally implying this, but here's what it's implying. How do we know those African countries don't want anything to do with gay or trans issues were given those biases by Colombia? Do you think these people are stupid that they can't make up their minds to say, hey, we agree or disagree with what these colonialists brought over? Initially, they brought it over, correct? But currently, do you think these people are just that dumb where they can't be like, hey, we don't want this Christianity nonsense? It's stupid. Are they really that dumb? Is that the way you look at them? Because I look at people from other cultures and countries, and specifically in Africa, and see them as individuals who say, we want this. We think this is true. whether it be Christianity, Islam, whether it be atheism, whatever. Like the people will say we want this or we don't want this. Don't oversimplify something like that. I think you're an hour behind comments. Okay, just going to scroll all the way down and go back up. Now, why don't you say like Islam actually teaches to kill people? Like it's a part of their law. Christianity says it's wrong, it's sinful, but it doesn't give you a law to put them to death or whatever like that. Christianity literally forged their entire culture at times. That's such a loaded question. What? Clarify that. I'm pretty sure he would. Hey, look at that, everybody. Appreciate it. Are there no like? Tell me about the UK, by the way. Jerome, I'm curious here. What's like the number of mass stabbings and like public beheadings? There's public beheadings that have taken place in the UK. Now, again, these aren't meaning some guy has cut the head off someone else in the street. People will do stupid things. No, this is actually no, because there's a covenantal difference here between the old covenant and the new covenant. This is the basics of studying theology properly. There's literally a theocratic system set in place, which is called the old covenant. That's what testament means, covenant. And there's a new covenant. And there's a difference between these two things. For somebody not to recognize that is just, I don't know whether it's like willful ignorance. We are not, the New Testament very clearly teaches, under the old law. We're not to keep the old law, the old covenant, because there's a new covenant. I can't even conceive of Ethiopia without Christianity. When I go there, I can't imagine their government being even remotely inviting. By the way, did colonialists take Christianity to Ethiopia? That's a really good example, by the way. Ethiopians are like our brothers and sisters, Armenians brothers and sisters. We share quite a bit of linguistic similarities between us, even the way our alphabet's written is a lot. Like, which white European colonialist took Christianity to Ethiopia? Stabbings are a little high in London where I live, but beheadings, are we in the Tudor period or 2023? There was a dude that beheaded someone publicly a number of years ago. If this is happening, it's not even close to how many mass shootings. Correct. Yeah, but you also got to look at how vastly massive the United States is compared to England. So I don't want to get into that conversation, by the way. We don't want any of this, whether it's a shooting or stabbing or beheading, whatever it may be. Like, we don't want any of it. Clearly, you and I can agree on that. Who took Ethiopia? Who took Christianity to Ethiopia? The same principle doesn't follow. Ethiopia is one of the first Christian nations on the planet. Ethiopian Jews were there from the times of King Solomon. The Ethiopian eunuch who converted to Christianity in the book of Acts took Christianity to Ethiopia. An Ethiopian, a black man. So if there's anywhere in the world where it's not like, it was the Ethiopians that were taking Christianity to different places. A lot of the church fathers in the first couple of centuries are North Africans, guys. Athanasius was a black man. The Athanasian Creed. Athanasius was a black man. Augustine of Hippo. These guys are North Africans. What are we sitting on talking about Christianity being taken to Africa by the white man? Christianity was alive and doing very well on the African continent way before the white man was even a thought in the mind of Yaqub, who bred the white man from the black man. Thank you, Louis Farrakhan. Oh, man. I'm at 2 hours and 44 minutes, you guys. I didn't even realize this. Oh, Lord. I love Ethiopians, by the way. I met an Ethiopian one day, and we were having a conversation, and we're talking about like linguistic similarities and stuff. And then I think her name was, her name was Almost. I saw her name tag. It said Almost, and I said, "Oh, that means diamond in Armenian." And she said, "That means diamond in our language too." And I was like, "Yes, I found it true." By the way, for those who aren't aware, the Nation of Islam, the cult, has an ideology where the white man came from, and the white man is a degradation of the black man, and the white man. This is a part of the story. And if you go listen to Louis Farrakhan and old things that he's taught, he's literally teaching that there was a guy named Yaqub that bred the white man, right? Like the way you breed animals, you take a lighter black man and a lighter black woman, and you have them to have a child. So Yaqub bred the white man to be like a devil to the black man. That's why they call the white man the devil in Nation of Islam theology. But that's what the reference was to. It was to Louis Farrakhan. By the way, there are videos on YouTube, 2-hour long messages where Louis Farrakhan is teaching this ideology. How do you say diamond in Armenian? Almost. There's a th at the end, but almost. Look it up. Ak means like people refer to it as like a roll. Sometimes it's also referred to as adamand. which is also a name, by the way. Modern Armenian, they use Adamant, but yeah. Amharic is an incredibly old language. Yes, it is. I'm not surprised that you and the Ethiopian had that conversation. There's a lot. Look, I'll give you some examples, guy. I'll show it to you. So these are the similarities between the Armenian and the Ethiopian letters. Those are Armenian letters. Those are the Ethiopian letters. Okay, but the word commonalities, right? Armenian, Ethiopian words in common. Ethiopian Armenians. Oh, there are Ethiopian Armenians. Okay. That's different. What is this? No, that's not what I want. Whatever. I want to find some that. Adamandium. So almost is Armenian. Is the word. Those were Armenian letters, bud. The left one was Armenian letters. I don't know who's joining, but we'll see. Someone's calling in. And they turned it off. I was taught that Mesopotamians made the Aztecs. Aztec with influence from Greek? What? I was taught that Mesopotamians made the alphabet with influence from Greek. That's probably true. First time seeing either language. So let me open this up. Chicken. There. That's the Ethiopian alphabet. And we look alike too. I think Armenians and Ethiopians look alike. I'm just following trails here. Oh, some guy's making a movie on this. Mulatu Astatke, known as the father of Ethio jazz. We just went completely somewhere else with this stream. This is nuts. Ethiopians, yeah, they're so Ethiopian Coptic. They're part of the Oriental Orthodox churches, generally speaking. Like Armenians are Armenian or Orthodox or Apostolic, which is again Oriental. But I'm sure there are Protestants, obviously, in Ethiopia now. But they've been there from the beginning, guys. My first time seeing either language. Armenian is a beautiful language, by the way. No, that was tongue in cheek, bro. I didn't. That was not me calling you chicken. That was we're having fun. If I offended you, I'm sorry. That probably should have shut my mouth and not said anything. No, I'm good. I'm probably gonna end the stream, guys. It's 2 hours and 53 minutes. We're almost at 3 hours. I gotta end this. Gotta go eat, or else I'm gonna die. Did you say no? They don't. I've seen Ethiopians. Are you crazy, man? Dude, Armenians look like Ethiopians. Like it's or Ethiopians look like Armenians. This we have very similar like nose structures and stuff. Like look alike. They're like darker versions of us. I want to find a good example. Or at least me, probably. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm Ethiopian. I should do an ancestry. Imagine if I did like an ancestry thing and it came back like I'm Ethiopian. I'd be cool with that. Ethiopian and Armenian. I wonder if there's like a genetic similarity thing between Armenians and Ethiopians. Someone can look up. You can call in. You know what? If you're set up, call in. Jerome, if you're set up with the sound and stuff, call in. I shouldn't. If you went through all that work, man. It does have a structure, man. You did not. You did 23andMe? Is it 20? Isn't it 22? Oh man, I have to see it. Not gonna say this one. Today's stream was good, as opposed to other days where my streams are bad, huh? Results are boring. Well, that might be. That's pretty good if they're boring. You didn't find out something crazy. Like, oh, I'm not Armenian. Did you know that they were having issues in Turkey where a bunch of Turks were taking genetic tests and finding out they're Armenians or Greeks or Assyrians? They like put a stop to it. It's insane. I know. Hey, Junior. Oh man, this is exciting. Hang on, I gotta get you on camera. Ladies and gentlemen, the infamous, the world renowned, the very friendly Jerome. What's up, Jerome? Did you hear what I just said? Oh, don't tell me you can't hear me. Can you hear me? Talk. Jerome, you got to get your audio working. Can't hear you. Put it on my end. Gotta wait for the stream. Stream, can you guys see Jerome? Well, I haven't muted him. He's muted himself. Talk. You might have to if you're on your computer, you might have to give the software or the browser that opened up. You might have to give it access to your audio. Somewhere on there it says. Well, you got to talk in order for us to hear you. Your mouth. Do you want to call back? Turn it off and call back. See if it works. Because everything is fine from my end. Yeah, it's unmuted everywhere. for me to be able to hear him. Like all my audio is 100% on properly. So
Let's find out.
there we are. I hear you.
This is one. Oh,
Yep.
good. There we
There
go.
we are. Hey, do
Chrome
me a
is
favor.
Chrome is good. Chrome is
Yeah,
good. Safari is not good.
Safari
That's the
doesn't work.
answer.
Should have told
I
you that.
don't know why.
Ecamm doesn't work with Safari. You got to use Chrome. I should have said that.
Oh,
Hey, do me a
it's pretty
favor,
stupid. Yeah.
because you got Ethiopian background, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. See, we look alike. Turn around.
We look alike. Are you
Let me get a
serious?
side view, bro. We got the same
What?
nose. We got the same nose.
Do we?
There you are. We got that nose because that's like pretty dominant. Even though my nose is a bit weird. Armenians have like this little beak thing over here, but I don't have that. Thank God. Hey, look at that! I didn't have to shave.
Yeah, you didn't have to.
and-
Too early for that, right? Too
Yeah,
early.
and you're not apologizing just yet.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Might be a month or so until that happens. So, yeah.
We'll see. I think it's going to come down. I mean, with Spurs losing their coach, it's going to be really.
Oh, I can't believe that. It's poor though, because he kind of called himself out for that. To where he's like, he basically just roasted the whole team for about.
Well, and the management. He's like, hey,
Yeah,
these
exactly.
guys don't want to invest.
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing.
I don't know why Harry Kane is still there, given if that's what's going on behind the scenes.
That's my question. Yeah, that is my question.
He should go back to Arsenal.
He should go back to Arsenal. To me, I don't even think we take him right now. Like we probably would, but I wouldn't want to play him now anyway. We don't really
No,
need him
that style, the style might not fit the way Arsenal's.
The kind of player right now, yeah.
Buck says Jerome is Ethiopian.
Yeah, so that is true. Partially, yeah.
Who migrated to the UK?
Mom and my dad did. They both did.
Yeah, but
so my dad went from.
Go ahead.
Oh no, my dad came from Jamaica when he was about 12. My mom came with her sisters when she was a bit younger than that.
From Ethiopia or from?
Yeah.
So you're Ethiopian from your mom's side.
Yeah.
That's why you were in Jamaica. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense now, right? Yeah.
That's a weird question, Bug. I'm not even.
What did he say? Am I? I'm sitting in my bed right now, so.
Oh man. Okay, too much info. Listen. Who cares? So Carl says, I did not expect your voice to be like that.
What?
I thought you'd be talking like a gangster. So, okay, like Carl's like way too American and he's probably not like in tuned to what's going on in England and in London specifically. But you don't have a Cockney accent. That's a good thing. Speak a little louder.
Oh, sorry, my fault. I'm like, it's not too great with the setup I'm in now, but I had to like shift some things around. So I'm a bit quiet. I'm normally a bit quiet. But
Got it. You're normally like a very soft-spoken guy?
Yeah, mostly, yeah. Unfortunately, I get that a lot.
Why?
I don't know. I don't really know. It's just how it happens.
Yeah, you have siblings?
No.
That's
only half ones, but I don't really live with them.
But your mic just went up really good. But
oh, did it? Oh.
Yeah, whatever. You plugged it in finally.
No, I hadn't moved anything. Just move some things around.
Okay.
On my screen.
It's all good. Yeah, like I grew up in a home with 3 other boys, so you had to be loud or else you know.
Yeah.
You'd
right,
starve.
Right.
That's I'm not joking.
That
Like,
is important.
I'm serious about that.
Oh,
Like, it's like
okay.
survival. I mean,
Mm.
yeah, I'm over exaggerating there a little bit, but like my brothers would take my food all the time. Like, I'd go get a plate of food.
Oh,
I'd come sit down, and my brothers would come and be like, "Thanks, go get yourself one," and just like walk off with it because they're old. I mean, it wasn't like a 1 year or 2 year difference, right? It was they like my oldest brother's 10 years older than me, and my older brother's like 6 years older than me, and so it
oh,
would just be like, okay, I'm the little guy in the house. I'm not the youngest. I got one younger than me, but then I would take his food. Poor guy. That's why our youngest brother is a very aggressive dude because he learned to survive very well.
no.
Yeah, I've just realized people who are only children or grow up as only children, they tend to be a lot more kind of reserved in personality and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
maybe that's how I am. So,
that's cool. Okay, let's see. Do you know Cockney? Is the question?
what the accent? I don't know how to do it. So,
Yeah,
well,
you got to watch. I recently actually watched. What am I forgetting? Peaky Blinders.
I've watched part of that. I
Yeah.
haven't watched much of
My
it though.
favorite character in that entire show is man, I'm forgetting the actual guy's name, but he's a Jewish guy, Solomon. He's really famous actor. I think he plays the Venom. He plays Venom. What's his name?
I don't know. Don't ask.
You're not a.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't really watch much TV to be honest.
Okay.
Let alone
Yeah, neither
Netflix
do
stuff.
I.
So, yeah.
Can't believe I'm forgetting this guy's name. Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy.
Don't think I've heard of that. No.
Oh man, he's a good actor.
Oh,
I think he's a really good actor. But that was an interesting show. Like this, because I know there's a whole gypsy scene there. And then we have a Romanian friend who when he tells me about like the gypsies in Romania, it's like very interesting. It's like subcultures. Subcultures are very interesting to me. Oh, there we go. Aaron jumped in here. He's like Tom Hardy, Alfie Solomon. Yeah, I was like Solomon, but you guys know first name and last name, man.
oh man.
Buck said, I thought he would be a chubby 60-year-old white guy. He's told us he's not. Like, why would you guys not just trust people, man?
Okay.
I got some serious trust issues.
Why did he even come
Is
up
it
with
cold
that?
there?
Oh.
I was gonna ask that because I saw you in the
What
hoodie.
now? Yeah, it is
Yeah.
cold. It's like 10 past midnight here, but
Yeah.
it
What
is
is
cold.
it? What's the weather?
Yeah,
been
but
like?
normally it's quite it's supposed to be getting good like almost in April now, so it should be spring, but it's quite cold regardless.
It's the same
It's
here.
about 10 degrees every day, but like I'd have to convert
For you
that
Americans,
into
that's 10 degrees Celsius.
yeah. I don't.
It's
I
okay. Don't worry about it. Let them learn.
just
They're
like
like, wait, 10 degrees.
What's that? What's a Celsius? What's that? I don't know what that is.
Oh man. Yeah, it's actually been pretty cold here, especially. I mean, I was talking to some guys that were in a different state and still pretty cold, but in Southern California, usually by this time we're cooking, but it's been cold.
How did Carl think I was an American? How did he think that?
I don't
Surprises
know.
me.
We've like regularly talked about you.
Yeah, I know.
British.
It's like you'd have to just not watch the channel.
I literally said today the British guy would tell us to get rid of our guns.
Exactly. How have you missed that? Come on, like.
I was waiting for that comment, man.
Like, apparently Americans can't see either. Like I don't know. Like they can't read and they can't see. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not an American. It's funny. Ooh. I was listening to this. It was like a little short thing of a British comedian who's of Iranian descent, and he was talking about coming to the United States during 9/11 or whatever, and he's like or whatever issue it was. He's like they weren't accepting any Iranians, so he came. They told him to come here anyways for some comedy thing, and he said, "I'm at the airport." However true this is, but it was just funny. But he said, "I'm at the airport," and then they look at his passport. They go, "Sir, are you Iranian?" And he told them, "Well, ethnically, I'm Iranian, but I was born and raised in the UK, so technically that makes me Ukrainian."
Oh, what?
just come in. Oh, this is brilliant.
Okay.
So okay, Saperiade says that's about the same temperature as it is here right now, about 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
See, I don't know what Fahrenheit is, so maybe you can just like
about 10
roast
degrees.
me for not knowing that. Yeah, literally, I have to say that.
But, you know, it's so crazy because I didn't have to deal with Celsius, and when I was living in Armenia, it was like, you know, Fahrenheit is not heard of, and so I converted everything on my phone to Celsius because I wouldn't be able to talk to people about weather at least. So then I got used to it. But yeah, we are actually currently here where I am. How do I do this? So it's 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's 20 degrees Celsius here where I am.
Oh, okay.
So it's a pretty warm day.
Yeah. Wait, what time is it for you?
It's 4:16 p.m.
4. Okay. Oh no, you are California, right? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, East Coast. It's 7 o'clock.
See, because we're in the future now. It's already Wednesday, so.
Correct. If it's negative 40, you don't have to worry about Celsius or Fahrenheit.
True.
You're just dead.
Yeah.
So 10 Celsius.
I like how I finally called in, and we're doing the typical icebreaker weather thing that people joke about.
Oh, is that a thing?
Weather, right?
I didn't know that's a thing. I just currently hate the weather here. That's what I'm talking about. I complain about it every single day.
No, it's like a trope to where if you don't know somebody, you talk to them about like the weather.
Oh, I just talk to them about God, and then we for politics.
Okay.
Or sports.
Oh wait, what? Okay, you could do that. But
no, my actually icebreaker go-to line is sports. Yeah, and we spoke about that a little bit. We talked about how you're an Arsenal fan, and you're a gunner. Have you ever been on Arsenal TV or whatever it was called? They changed the name.
What, AFTV? No,
those guys are hilarious, man.
No, they had to change it.
Come on, blood.
Arsenal,
Come on. Oh man, I love those guys. They're over the top about every single. You guys, if you've never seen, for you non-football soccer folks, AFTV. If you've never seen AFTV, the Arsenal guys, they're just fans who, well, now they're doing well, but they're still over the top. But when they were doing real bad, it was insanity. Like every game, there was a group of them outside just going losing it. Brilliant.
Like they
if I want to laugh, I watch those guys, and it's like way
exactly 100%. You have to they used to be called Arsenal Fan TV, but Arsenal, the actual football club,
correct,
didn't like the fact that they had Arsenal in the name, so they had to change it.
Yeah, I remember
they had to change their name because they were bringing too much bad press. But
they were also really popular.
Yeah, they are.
Like they're one of the first, I would say, like fan-based YouTube kind of guys that just like blew up. But that's also because they blew up because they were just over the top.
Do you know who Troops is? Do you know who that is?
Maybe by like looks, but not by name.
Yeah. I wish I could send it to
you. Is that a heavier set guy with the tooth gap? What's his name?
He's that's Robbie. That's Robbie. He's quite but one of them moved to America to do his own podcast, so he's actually in your country now. And he talks about Arsenal sometimes, but he's got his own football thing there. So yeah, but Arsenal Fan TV is still doing their thing. They do it every week. They're not like as funny, but there's you don't know. Do you know who Expressions is? He's a Spurs fan.
No,
you don't. I really want to send you a.
I'm on YouTube.
Like type into YouTube. Do that, please. That'd be so funny.
There's
so
recently
funny.
there's recently a Liverpool fan who's like just says like the nuttiest stuff. I was like, bro, this is not honest. Expressions oozing.
Yes, there you go. Got him. He is the funniest. I love this guy.
This guy's actually on Sky.
Yeah, he was on Sky once to do. I think it was maybe it was transfers. I don't know, but he was on Sky once. So that I think he's pinned that video on his channel. So that's if you type his name, that's the first thing you see. Very
Dude,
funny. Love that guy.
I just listened to this guy talks real fast.
Yeah, he does. He turns everything into like a reference or a simile or a metaphor. Like every sentence is basically something. Like every line. Like, he must write his scripts beforehand. Even though he'll watch a Spurs game and then about an hour later there's a video of him talking about the game that just happened, but he's already got all these quips into his thing.
He's probably a rapper,
he must like he's been doing this for ages, but he must be really good at making references off the fly. But
because I got a friend like that who would rap, and he was pretty good at it. But this guy can just like come up with lines like that even now, like just like one liner, like zingers, right? And he's just really good at it because he raps so much. What is a kilometer? Kilometer.
Don't start.
The way Americans say it.
Don't start.
Is it aluminum or aluminium?
Oh, I say aluminium, but
I prefer to say aluminium. It actually sounds a lot better. So Carl's like, let's hear Jerome's worldview.
Yeah, he wants to start from early. That's crazy.
He wants to fight.
I don't know. Yeah, he does.
By the way, Carl is like one of the. You and Carl would probably get along quite a bit, given that you guys are both pretty like soft spoken. Carl, I know Carl, and he's just like he'll be in a room and you won't know he's there till he speaks up. So he wants to know your worldview.
What does he mean? Like, I mean, he's just gonna. He probably knows most of it already. But
what was that?
Well, he probably knows most of it already. So I don't know what I'm supposed to say.
Would you classify yourself as a naturalist?
I didn't expect that question.
I should say what. Okay, atheist
close
is there,
enough.
But like, what comes with that? Like materialist, physicalist, naturalist, or maybe you
close enough. Like I tend to like when you hear about some sort of like philosophical topic, right? I generally like align myself with that sort of stuff. So I guess but I wouldn't want to say that like I know that. Like I wouldn't be able to be like, oh, here's the proof that naturalism is true. So. I just like whenever these topics come up, I kind of like aligning myself with whatever like the naturalist or the materialist has to say. So I guess I would.
And the other day, the conversation we were having, that people for some reason thought I got heated, which I was not. I really wasn't, but it was fun. But that's just like who I am. Like
I can tell.
Telling you, like that's what I'm like talking to my wife. That's what I'm like talking to my friends. People would think I hate these people. Would you say you believe in like Kantian deontological ethics?
No. The reason why I was saying that is because I don't. Like the reason why I was saying that is because I don't really agree with that.
Okay.
And I was using the thought experiment there to show that like why I disagree with it, right? And why I disagree with saying that certain actions in themselves are always wrong. And like we could go into it now, but like the quick version is basically you can input like any number of like bad outcomes to a situation to make yourself align with saying an action is good, right? So like the common example is like what I meant by the Axeman was the whole thing where you say an Axeman's about to walk into your house and you've got somebody there who's your friend, and the Axeman comes in and he's like, oh, do you know where your friend is? Right? And you have to say, well, you would preferably say no, because you'd probably like say no or ignore them or tell them to get out of your house because you don't want them to die in it. So you can, so like the point of that is you input an outcome that's going to be like way worse than whatever like action you're trying to do that's like you might consider immoral, and then you say, okay, well then I won't go and do that. So that I think that applies for basically any action. So you can just like you can pretty much make it up.
So this is typically called the Nazis at the door.
Yeah,
like a lot of
like
people write on this. I've never written on this. I've written on this.
That's the second one. Well, like when we originally learned about that was the second example. So like that was the main example that they used, but just explaining the main
I actually when I wrote on this, I brought in I suppose an aspect of the argument that I usually do not see. My professor didn't agree with me too much, but that's okay. He's wrong. Great guy, by the way. But so I said I would lie to him because like Kant would say, if you lie, you're wrong.
No, he wouldn't even say that. He wouldn't say that because the issue for them would be that you have the strong categorical imperative to not lie, and you also have the same one for not killing people, and you would interpret it in that case as you killing the person because you just set them up to die. So the actual problem for them is if you have two strong categorical imperatives, you can't make a decision.
They can't make a decision
because you've got you can't do one at all because you're both in that ethical theory, you're supposed to always fulfill strong categorical imperatives, and let's work to find out what those are. But it's generally agreed that stealing and killing are two of the main ones.
Correct. Yeah. So Kant bases his Kant's view is I would say is a naturalistic view of Aquinas's view. So Aquinas establishes his moral theory in natural law. Like, so it's created by God, therefore it's accessible to everyone. It seems like Kant doesn't want God in the picture. So, but
yeah, he tends to.
Yeah, but what Aquinas does is actually he comes up with this other idea called the principle of double effect. Pretty sure that's what it's called.
Aware of that.
Yeah, it's called the principle of double effect. Essentially, when you're like faced with like two difficult decisions, it helps you make the actual decision rather than like the Kantian one kind of leaves you indecisive between these two things. I actually said in my paper, based on the principle of double effect and a couple of other things, that lying to the person would be the moral thing to do. Now, this is where my professor didn't like that I said that. Because I said by lying to them, you're preventing them from committing an act that if they were to commit, like essentially you're saving them from committing an evil act. But I redefined lying.
Okay. What?
So what I did was I said there is a difference between not telling the truth and lying. Or so I gave examples of situations in which you deceive someone, but they're not moral situations. Like say we're playing basketball and I fake I'm going right and I go left, right? Like I'm clearly deceiving you. And I would say there's intention there, right? There's the intention to be deceptive. So it's thought out. It's not accidental or anything like that. I know exactly what I'm doing, but we wouldn't say that's lying. Right? Or any number of games you can come up with where lying is a part of the game. Like me and my church friends love playing Mafia. I don't know if you've ever played Mafia.
There you go.
Yeah, so like game. We get together, we play Mafia, and we've actually had people who felt like their conscience was bothered by playing Mafia, or we stopped playing it because they're like, I don't like lying to my friends. And we're like, but it's a game, dude. Like, it's not. It's a game. Like, like most of us don't have issues with it. But that person was legitimately like bothered by it. So we're like, cool, we won't play with you.
That's weird.
But regardless, you're clearly lying, but that's a part of the game. Like, nobody would say you're held morally responsible for what you're doing in a game of Mafia. And so I brought in examples of this sort where you're being deceptive. And I said, so it's deception. The idea that deception is lying is not enough for it to constitute lying. So what I added to that was intent to harm. So I would consider a situation to be lying if you had some kind of an intent to harm the individual. Now, that's a very narrow definition. And I agree. In all reality, I would agree with my professor that I would need to really break down that definition a lot better. Because there are situations in which you're withholding or lying information. Say like somebody cheats on their spouse, and they ask you whether you've cheated on them, and the person says no. It's like, well, is this with intent to harm?
Yeah, I was going to say something like that just now. Yeah.
So that would be a counterexample. And so I would tweak it a bit in regards to like what kind of harm it's causing and withholding. I would still have like something like that in there. And I gave a couple of biblical examples where people actually lie and God actually rewards them. So the famous one is the Egyptian midwives who, when Pharaoh wants to kill all the babies, these midwives say, these Hebrew women are different than Egyptian women. They give birth really fast. We can't get it. Like we can't get to it in time. And then they're clearly lying. And then it goes on to say God rewarded them. And the reward is they get married and they have lots of kids. But the other one would be the story of Rahab, who lies, and she's rewarded as well. So I gave these two examples, and then basically I build a case where if I'm deceiving or lying to the individual, let's just say no one's at the house, right? Like, are they in your basement? No, they're not. What I would say is that would be like your last thing you should think about doing. The first thing should be some other way to evade the question. There's ways you can talk generally about something where you're not lying. But if it comes to it, I personally don't have an issue over lying in a situation like that, because I would have, in the first place, I would say, well, you're withholding information, you're not actually lying. Now, this makes a lot of people uncomfortable. It makes a lot of Christians uncomfortable, and frankly, it makes me uncomfortable. But I would, that's the way I would base it.
See, I wouldn't have any issue with that. Like, I don't have any sort of inclination that would be like anything remotely bad. Like, I just see like the outcome is just like way like out. Like, I just would never have an issue with it. Like, I wouldn't even need to like run through an argument. I would just think, yeah, like that's just a totally normal thing that you would do.
Yeah, I'm not very sure whether anybody operates in that kind of a, like, it seems to me that most people, when presented with a situation like that, don't actually sit there and go, let me develop an argument whether I can save my neighbor or not. Right?
Exactly.
They just don't. But again, this is what philosophers do, and this is what moral theorists do. And it makes sense to do this as well, because we don't want situations where the consequence is not as grave and serious to be thought of as like a simple thing where people are just doing this left and right. Right? Like, I wouldn't want my kids doing this and then somehow saying, hey, Dad, this falls under the category of, the principle of double effect. It's like, I'm trying to survive here. It's like, no, son,
exactly.
That's not the way we operate.
That's not how you do it.
Yeah. But so again, my issue is like, at the end of the day, I think it's important to talk about, like, most of the time we can't do ethics without being able to tell a story, because the decisions are so highly reliant on the details within the story. Like, would you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%.
And that's partly why that example that you were giving, the X-Men example, is the way it is. It's because with every detail you add to it, there's new information, and so therefore the decisions somehow change. But I think that's just true of doing ethics in general. I mean, this is the difference between doing normative ethics, right? Because like, we can talk about ethical theories, whatever, utilitarianism, deontology, natural law, virtue ethics. I have a hard time let me see. So I thought, when I entered seminary, I thought virtue ethics would be the direction I went in, like, as a Christian. Because I know a lot of Christian virtue ethicists, and it seems to make quite a bit of sense, given a theistic framework. I walked out essentially believing in natural law. Because I think virtue ethics leads to relativism.
I can see that.
What would be the category that you would closely align yourself with? Like any one of those I mentioned, like utilitarianism, the ontology.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I would do the former. I'm a very big consequences person, most of the time anyway. I think I've said this before though.
I think so.
Yeah. So I'm pretty much almost always gonna think about the consequences really directly and just think about how best to drive out the best outcomes.
I guess there are things that you would say that are absolutely wrong always, regardless of the consequences.
I'd like to say that, but remember what we just spoke about with the whole X-Men thing? I think like I could just like input any number. Like I could just input like let's say you just have a moral action that you want to do, right? And then the moral action, it doesn't matter what it is. The moral action is going to cause like 2 million people to die, right? Like even in that situation, I'm gonna have like a load of issues being like, yeah, you shouldn't do this action. Like it doesn't matter what it is at that point. If it's saving like 2, 3, 4, 5 million people, I'm not really sure like how I'm gonna be able to like square that with saying that, oh, it's just you just can't do it now. I'm not sure. Like it sounds like really bad to say, but like I can't really think of a way that I can be like, yeah, you shouldn't do this now. Like if I was to say to somebody else, you can't do this, because the action in itself is just really really bad, right? I'm just gonna have like the people like the consequences in the back of my head being like, yeah, is this actually worth it? And most of the time I just think no. So I'm not really sure.
What I'm saying is like the opposite I gave on Friday was like we can potentially develop a case in which the consequences are all positive or mostly positive.
Yeah, no, I again, I mean, you could invent one, right? But
no, but
like,
in
it doesn't
reality,
really
like think about
no,
it.
no,
Like,
you could, right? But let's say you give the what's it called? The example of like enslaving those people based on racism
correct.
or
Like
whatever,
slavery was
right?
positive,
Yeah,
net positive for like American economy, like early American
yeah, no,
economy.
but it was, but like like I don't think that you're doing the calculus properly in that case, because you'd have to think about like all the negative effects that could possibly happen. Because when you're doing like let's even the most raw form of consequentialism, it's like Bentham, right? And when you're doing the whole calculus thing, obviously it's like one of the issues is it's hard to calculate utility on each given basis. But like if you're gonna put an argument forward to be like, yeah, we're gonna enslave this load of people, you have to think about what that's going to do to the actual people who are being like forced into servitude, what their living conditions are going to be like, what their future generations are going to be like, what that's going to have, like what knock-on effect that's going to have on society in general. And there's so many different things that you have to think about. So I'm not even sure if you could.
So the question to
do
ask,
that.
I think, at that point, would be why should I even care about that stuff?
About what?
Like future generations.
Well, no,
like why is it a good thing to think about the future? Like I don't care, I'm gonna die and not exist.
Because I think that's like, yeah, I mean you could say that, but like that's part of the theory, right? Like if you're gonna hold to like any form of consequentialism, you have to think about that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so I could say, why should I care about any theory? And then the theory itself would have to be motivating in a certain way, and that's why I always talk about motivate, like how motivating something is because like to any theory ever, you could be like, why do I care about this, right? Like any like non-Christian could be like, why do I care about what God has to say on this specific issue, right? Like in that case, you'd have to like make another argument to be like why this should be motivating for you, right? So like it's going to be hard to motivate people to be like, yeah, I should care about future generations, but that's what philosophy is for, basically.
Yeah. So I suppose the response I would say there is that, like, from a Christian perspective, it would be something like you should think about this, or you ought to. Should is a weak word, but you ought to think about this, because, like, you have to think about the future generations, because even folks in the future that are going to be a result of these actions have value intrinsically. Like, that would be a Christian response, because the Christian places the value of humans intrinsic to the human, not the utility of the human. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So therefore, like, I feel like there's a stronger grounding for the Christian to say you should think about future generations apart from the current generation. I mean, you definitely think about the current generation. But again, that's because of intrinsic value. Even if somebody comes and says, well, hey, like, they provide a great utility to me or to our culture or whatever, then you have a counter to say there are ways you should or shouldn't treat humans that are different than the rest of creation. I feel like it's stronger.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I've really thought about that, but I know, like, it does hinge on this theory being true, right? Like, you'd have to like say to someone like me, anybody, like, I'd actually like have to be convinced that God exists first, right? And then, like, the further question is, again, why should I care about that? Like, why should I care about A, intrinsic value, and B, like God giving it to us, right? Like, I feel like anybody could just say that, and then you'd have to like tell them why it's motivating, and like, it doesn't really feel motivating.
I would say, like, generally the response would be because it's true, or you should care
Yeah,
about truth. You should care about
exactly,
truth.
exactly.
I mean, I wouldn't say like because
No,
it's true.
but like, even in that case, right? Like let's say that it's true that God gave people this value in this way. I could still say, why do I care about that? Like, I could still say that, like, I could accept Christianity being true, and then say, like, I could just say, like, why do I care about, like, your intrinsic value? Right? Like, just to be clear, I don't really accept that as like a thing. I don't really accept intrinsic value to be a thing.
Correct.
So
yeah, I don't think you could, given your worldview.
I mean, to be fair, I've heard that. I'm not sure how close this is to intrinsic value, but some, like, when people try and defend consequentialism, for example, they try and make an argument to say that like suffering itself is like intrinsically bad, right?
Yeah.
Or like necessarily bad. Just like there's angles you can come up with, but I'm not really convinced by those. Maybe I haven't read enough. But I mean, I don't know how good they are, so I just have
unless somebody has a theistic view, right? And that needs to be nuanced, because there's like a bunch of counterexamples we can give to suffering being good. Right? Like, think about, like, athletics, right? Like,
yeah, you can, but I mean, there's yeah, like when you say theistic theories or whatever, right? Like, I'm just gonna view that as like, when like, for example, when somebody says that it's just your opinion that like a certain thing is wrong, right? You're saying that because the person is just a moral agent who's doing a thing, right? And in like maybe it's not similar, but in the same sort of way, somebody could say that God is a moral agent in the same way. And so we haven't really been given a reason to think that like I know, Carl, I know you're gonna say it's subjective. I know you're gonna say that, but
I don't
but
think
like,
you have a way out. I think it's better for you just to accept it's subjective and move on.
No. I could actually think about that, right? But but like the word objective here, like it wouldn't really fall into the how do I say this? What's I gonna say? So I guess those people would like reject that that A, that objectivity is a thing, and B, that it would be objective even if God was doing the thing because he's a moral agent, right? I guess that would be the argument there. So either way, it would be subjective in that view, but obviously you view objectivity a little bit differently to maybe what I could think of.
So correct, you're right in this, and maybe for those who are watching in, you guys should be aware of this.
I can see. Yeah.
Everybody can see the guests can see the comments. there's a metaphysical objectivity that comes into the picture other than like an epistemological objectivity that like the Christian has to deal with when we talk about something being objective, right? And that can be internally kind of focused in. But yes, objectivity would be looked at a bit different because of that. The thing for me is that like there are situations where I would completely take on a consequentialist application, maybe even like a utilitarian application. Like I think in war, it's probably like in politics and war, we probably would use consequentialism or utilitarianism quite a bit more than we would something different, right? Like because just the sheer number,
the sheer scale, right?
Yeah, like hey, we're gonna drop a bomb and it's gonna kill 70,000 people.
How about don't do that? Like literally,
They did this. A lot of people like go off on the United States dropping the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. One of the things a lot of people don't think about is the way they came to the conclusions, which they did before they dropped the bombs. And they actually did ethical calculations.
Yeah, they probably did. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Yeah.
They did. They actually sat down and they said, if the war continues for another year, it's going to result in the death of this many soldiers. Right? Like, so they calculated the war's been continuing. Here's where we're at. Here's the amount of people that will die on our side. Here's the amount of people that will die on their side. So they came up with a number. Whatever, give or take, obviously that could have its percentages of off. And they said, well, if we drop the bomb, here's the potential amount of people that could die. And they made a mistake in the calculations. I'll tell you what that was. But, and then they said, well, how can we like make that smaller, the amount of people that will die? They said, we're going to drop leaflets all over Japan telling people we're going to drop bombs on major cities, get out of major cities. Leave. Well, here's what they didn't calculate. Japanese culture and ideology. That if you ran away, you'd be considered a coward and like generationally, like, right? So a lot of people remained because the Japanese government and culture told them, you stay and die to the last man. So they didn't calculate this. They thought too much like Americans, right? And so the Hiroshima and Nagasaki were both more populated than they expected in regards to when they dropped the bombs because people didn't act on the warning. But now you look at that and you say, whose responsibility is this? They did what they were.
Yeah.
Like morally responsible thing to do was, hey, we warned you. We let you guys know. But at one point or another, it's your decision as to whether you're going to listen to my warning or X, Y, and Z. Like, did they really do something immoral? Well, I mean, because I was watching a documentary. There's a really good documentary. I forget what it's called, but there's a documentary where they're interviewing. This is an old documentary where they're interviewing the pilots who were the actual guys who flew the planes who dropped the bombs. Like, they literally hit the buttons. And one of these guys they're interviewing, he's like, yeah, I'd do it again now. And he's not saying that in a cold-hearted kind of way.
Yeah, no, because the reasoning is there, right?
Yeah. The data we had, everything that was placed in front of us, this was the best decision at the time. And I wouldn't change that. I mean, isn't this the exact kind of thinking that people made when it came to COVID? Right? It's like now when you go and look at some people and they talk to them, and I'm like in between, I'm like cautiously like optimistic and I question all these things. But they were interviewing a guy, I think the U.S. Senate or Congress was interviewing, I think one of the Moderna guys. And one of the senators were really going after him real hard. He's like, are your kids vaccinated? Like all these sorts of questions. And he's like, hey, listen, the data we had at the time, we thought this was the best decision, even though we knew that there was possible health issues that would result in some people, like blood clots and all this. What's the heart issue that people are having?
Not sure.
And he said, we knew this. The guy literally in front of Congress says this. I was watching. And he's like, but that's like, we weigh it. We go, this amount of people can be saved. This is what that looks like. And I mean, car companies make decisions like this. Like, do we use cheaper material or better? Like, this is a decision that's made on a regular basis. So I would say maybe, generally speaking, like ethical theory, I'd say natural law is probably the best. Specific decisions made in certain situations, I could see us making decisions from different ethical theories. And I would say that's consistent with God, consistent with what the Bible teaches.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do have to go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because it's 10 to 1.
Yeah, you gotta go. You have to go to sleep. I have to go meet with people. I gotta do more talking.
Quickly, two things. How do I even show this? I have this.
Very nice.
I have this, Ethiopian flag here, and if you're gonna laugh at this one,
no,
I have that.
Why?
Don't ask. I just decided to.
What you don't have is the British flag.
Yeah, I don't need that. So what I was doing is I want to collect flags of places I've been to.
Oh, nice.
And so I have the Ethiopian flag. I have and then I have a German flag over there. You can see it.
That is cool. So I do something very similar to this, except I don't collect flags. I collect shot glasses. And actually,
it's easier to do that, right? It's
I actually have some of it like on over there. I just can't grab it because it's in like a case. But so I did that because I was visiting places and then collecting them. And then a bunch of friends found out. And then now when they visit places, they bring me shot glasses. So I have this massive collection of shot glasses.
Or does it have like the country written on it or something?
They'll have the city usually written on them.
Okay. That makes sense.
And it's cool because all of them are different. Like I got one from Colorado. That's like a little tiny shot glass. That's a beer mug.
Oh.
Like a German like beer mug, but it's really tiny. So
tiny,
it's I got one from Texas that's got longhorns on it. San Francisco has Alcatraz. It's got Al Capone in it, like literally with a gun. So like they're really fun. But I do very similar to that. Everywhere like I'm traveling through, even like at the airport, I'll be like, cool, let me grab a shot glass.
Pick one up, yeah.
I couldn't do that in Dubai because obviously.
Obviously, can't be doing that in a Muslim majority country. Yeah, fair enough.
So cool, man. Hey, thanks for calling in. I think
man,
it's gonna be fun.
See, there was no point delaying it if I was gonna do this. So I might as well, because
no, it's good. Look, man,
if you lose, get ready for something funny. Okay, if you lose, I'm gonna call in and do something funny.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have a naked face if I lose. I will have a naked face.
Wait, hold on. So if you do lose, are you going to do it off stream or are you going to do it on stream?
Oh,
you'd have to do it off stream, right?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, that's unfortunate. No.
You want me to shave on screen?
That would be so funny.
Oh man. I gotta think about that, and I mean that in like I don't mind shaving on screen. I really don't. But the reason why I wouldn't do it is because
your desk would
it's not practically and I don't have sissy man hair on my face. Like it's no, it's I need a solid machine. I really need like I can't use a razor because unless it's like the edge razor, which I don't shave with those because I can't. I'll cut myself into pieces.
Yeah, I was gonna say dangerous.
But like I need a machine to get this off my face. Like and like I've bought machines like advertised by really popular companies that just doesn't do the job. It just doesn't work. It gets stuck and stuff. So that's interesting. Let me think about that. If there's
for some reason, I just assumed that you would do it on stream. I don't know why I assumed that.
Yeah, because people do stuff like that online.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. I thought about it just now. I'm like, hold on, would he even do that? I'm not sure, but
yeah, I wouldn't want hair to get everywhere.
Exactly. Yeah.
But maybe I can like attach something and then like pin it, place it like for it to catch the hair.
It's probably not worth it at that point, honestly.
But it'll get the hits. Get the hits.
True. Like double your sub count randomly. Like double your sub count.
Yeah.
Maybe. Congrats on the 3.8K, by the way.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's cool seeing it like kind of gain traction. The consistency. Appreciate it.
I
But yep.
before quick last thing before I showed up, like before we started coming, before we invaded your stream, right? I think one or two streams before, you had your wife on,
correct.
and I was recently recommended. That's a good one. I did enjoy watching that. Because
So
I
I
have to
had a
watch these.
lot of people. My wife doesn't like this stuff. She doesn't know what's like happening in regards to like my social media kind of things. Like she knows
I bet she doesn't.
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But she doesn't sit down and watch my streams and stuff like that. And she's like a behind the scenes sort of like everything she's done in life. It's always like she has a character like personality of doing things behind the screen, behind the scenes. She enjoys that quite a bit. But I've gotten so many people that have responded to me about how much they liked that and how different that was. Just seeing us have conversations and be ourselves. So I think I'm just gonna tell her, hey, you have to do this. Like we're gonna pick a subject and you and I are gonna sit there and like talk about it. So Carl says you gotta shave live. Wow.
Oh well, he told you. You have to do it.
That's assuming I lose.
Oh. What's really bad, like so since we've I don't mean to stall you, but since we've been doing this, right, I've never looked at the Premier League table so many times in my whole life. I've never in my life done this. Like I'm sitting here, yeah, like where is it? I've got my phone here, yeah, and every day I'll be looking at this and be like, how many games do Liverpool have in hand over Spurs again? Let me recount this, bro. Let me do multiples of three so I can figure out how many points they would do if they would.
So I'm just enjoying the fact that you're cheering for the Spurs.
Yeah.
Like for me, because I know what kind of pain that's causing you. So I was like, I can't believe he's cheering for Spurs. You sit there, you're like, come on, Newcastle, please do it.
It's actually so bad. Like I don't know. Like in hindsight, I don't know why I did that. Like it was so stupid.
Yeah.
Like why would I commit myself to that? But it's funny. Like because I said to myself, it's like either way, it's a win-win. Because either way, it's either I win, yeah, it's either I win, and the funny things happen, or I lose and I get to watch Champions League football next year with my friend in Liverpool. So either way, I win. Right?
That's true. That's true. Lads, it's Tottenham. That's my buddy. He's an Arsenal fan. Yeah, I said Spurs. He said it's Tottenham. Is your phone case an Arsenal phone? Is it Gunner's phone case?
No. It's just red. It's just
red. Okay. Yeah. Hey, up the Reds. So.
How are there like 3 Premier League teams that are red? That's really funny.
Huh? And they're called the Reds. They just call them the Reds. It's so weird.
Like people, like non-football fans will be confused, but fair enough.
So, Khach, earlier on, we were talking about Arsenal Fan TV, and we're talking about how they're like in there, like, come on, blood, come on. There's another thing they say other than blood. They're like super excited. Fam, come on, fam.
Yeah, you got, I mean, that's just the normal, like, it's like a normal London thing, though.
Those guys are
like people will just say those things in London, right?
You should be on team, fam.
You sound so bad when you say that. Your impersonation is so damn.
It's so what? Bad?
No, it's just poor. Like you just haven't said it properly.
Yeah. Hey, so Khachi is a Chelsea fan, by the way. He's a blue.
Oh, is he?
So he's a Chelsea fan, yeah. And he's one of my best friends.
Can we make fun of him for them being 10th and buying spending like 200 mil in January for no reason? Why have you bought half those players? Why have you done that?
Also, I can't because then he'll turn around and be like, look at you guys. So I send him like these videos where like both Liverpool and Chelsea are struggling. We understand each other next season.
Unfortunately. At least you'll have European football next year though, and they won't. So.
But I think we're both glad that Arsenal's doing well because we don't want to see those other guys.
Man City win again. Yeah.
Oh man, it's so annoying. Because they're buying it, or worse,
United.
They are buying it.
I mean, Chelsea just attempted to buy it just now, right? So,
but they're playing within the rules of the game. It seems like they're like, hey, here's an 8-year contract. We can subdivide that money in these 8 years.
They're gonna get hit for that. So
I think we're gonna see a lot more of that. I think so. That's an American model of doing things, and I think we're gonna see a lot more of it. I'm just happy Arsenal's doing well because I think they actually built it. Like Arteta came in there was good squad. They bought in. I mean, think about like Zinchenko. Think about Gabriel Jesus. Like these are guys.
How did we get those two? How did we get them? That makes no sense.
He knew them because he worked with them. Got good deals on them. and then brought him in straight into the first team. They've really, really developed the team. So they've actually developed a team. This is, I mean, I would say the same thing about Liverpool of how they develop, like how Klopp developed the team.
Yeah,
it didn't immediately happen, right? Like he bought a couple of players and then he bought some more, and then he filled in the puzzle. Where City just goes, I mean, when you look at their bench, it was like, oh, Mahrez, cool, we'll get him. Phillips, cool, we'll get him.
Like, literally, didn't even use Phillips. They haven't used him.
Like these guys are just sitting on the bench, just doing nothing. It's literally, it's like Liverpool fans are sitting there and they're like, Phillips, man, he's the good player. We could get him and stuff. And City goes, well, buy him and pull him on the bench.
Yeah, literally. I hate when that happens. It's so annoying.
And they have a lot of players on the bench like that.
Mm.
And so, I don't know.
And then it like results in I keep stalling you, but do you know what FPL is?
FPL, like the financial fair play kind.
No. FPL is Fantasy Premier League.
Oh yeah. I've played.
Fantasy. Yeah, you know what that is. Yeah. So so if you play it, if you play it properly and you play it to like get up the leaderboards and all that, there's this thing called Pep Roulette, which is basically trying to predict who like Guardiola will play on each given week. And because his team is like really, really annoyingly stacked, it's like really hard to buy people because you have to buy one player and then you have to play them. But if they don't play, they get 0 points. So you've just wasted your time. Correct. So like, there's an entire like there's like literally there's literal podcasts where they like try and discuss the patterns for how they're gonna play each person. It's actually like it's actually really and it's only happening because they can buy so many people in transfer window, spend loads of money on it. And so like that's where I get annoyed. I'm not totally annoyed about them spending loads of money because like unless they're not breaking fair play rules, it's like what are you gonna do about it? Right. But it's when you're like trying to predict who's playing and you don't get it right, it's just annoying. So
yeah, like people are trying to figure out his rotation, which is insane.
Yeah. That's how it's the peak, and it gets to a point where you avoid players from that team, even though they are the best team in the league at given points in the year, right? Yeah. Where you would like, oh, I just don't want to deal with that rotation problem. I'm just going to buy an Arsenal or Chelsea player.
Yeah, because sometimes he'll just be like, Holland's on the bench.
Yeah, he'll do that. But Rashford will play every week for United. Saka will play every week for Arsenal. Mm-hmm. Like Havertz will play most weeks for Chelsea, so like you know those things. But we'll see. You don't know if Grealish is going to play every week. You don't know that. Like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna buy Grealish for $7 million? Like,
dude, you just got. So I haven't done Premier League, the fantasy. So we did fantasy with the official like EPL fantasy league, and then we didn't like it because we wanted to draft and stuff. And me and my friends actually like created a system in which we sat together. We did the draft, and some of the cups.
I think there is draft.
Some of the guys were keeping. Yeah, some of the guys were keeping score like on Excel sheets. It was insane. Like we had a whole system.
That is long.
And we were like really into it. I haven't done it for a while, but this conversation actually is making me think maybe the start of next season, I start an Apologia Center.
Yes, I was just thinking that just now. Yes. That would be funny.
Because I know for sure there's a bunch of guys that might join.
I think I would 100% play.
Yeah. I gotta write this so I don't forget it.
Don't forget.
Man, it's bad.
Don't forget.
Cool. Okay, let's end it there.
Yeah, you should go. I was gonna say you should go.
Let's end it there. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate it, everybody. Thanks for watching, and it's been fun. It's been really, really fun today. This might be the longest stream I've done. Guys, not might be. This is the longest stream I've ever done. Makes sense that today we're celebrating us hitting 30,800 subscribers. But one of the things I wanted to do was do a 5-hour long stream when we hit 4,000. We were going to do this for 3,000. I couldn't set it up. So I waited for 4,000. 4 hours and 2 minutes and 10 seconds and counting. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for being on here. I will see you guys tomorrow night when we do our reaction video. Take care. God bless you.